hours we can broadcast for.
Don't you need to call a doctor after 4?
Hi, everybody.
Oh, God. Sorry. She said, let's make a video tonight, and she's always so...
I didn't even open up snacks.
I was going to say, she's always such a tease, because she never tells you what kind of video. It's almost like the gambler's high. Sometimes it pays off really well. Other times it doesn't. So here we are.
Playing games we love. Games you're like, oh, I really want to play that. So basically tonight is going to be a night where I lose everything. I lose at everything. I'm going to lose at Blood Rage because I've never beat you at Blood Rage. We've got a few other games gone. I'm going to try the Grizzled here.
I know, because you were like, hey, make the pile of games. I'm like, I don't know where you put the ones you brought up. Sorry, the one you brought up.
Shut up. I brought 2. I brought Small World. And then Enter the Dungeon, and technically 3 because I got the other 2. So hi everybody, we're gonna be broadcasting here. I have a second camera. We're gonna be doing 2 cameras, and I hope that's gonna be fun. I don't know. We'll see how it works. You guys can let us know in the comments. But we're super excited to be doing this. We're doing this because of Extra Life. If you don't know about Extra Life is a like a charity fundraiser. They support Children's Hospital Network hospitals. So we're gaming for an inordinate amount of time into the wee hours of the morning to...
and I mean, we are way too old for that shit.
Right?
I just want to put that out there. I mean, I think in between caffeinated, carbonated beverages, we're going to be making breaks to make coffee.
Oh my gosh. Hey, someone's already thumbed down the video. I think I have a hater out there.
You absolutely have a hater.
He or she... or they, I'm not going to be specific. It's like, I'm not going to be specific of pronouns because I don't know. Hates every video I make now. So like, I'll put up a video. It doesn't even have time to get watched, and it's already got a thumb down. Like, this is pretty awesome. So hello, hater, and hello all the people who have donated. So the Extra Life link to donate is down below. We've got a whole bunch of prizes. I've got prizes from all sorts of great people in the publishing industry. So the list of prizes that we're going to be raffling off over the course of the stream is going to be there. I'm also going to be letting you guys kind of vote as to what we're going to be doing next. So it's going to be a little interactive. If you want to throw up questions, we're going to be talking in chat as well. Hi, John. Thanks for stopping by. And I want to give a quick shout out to everyone who has actually donated to me so far. We've got Mathieu Fontaine, who has done who I was able to wrangle into to donating. Thank you so much, Mathieu. Let's see here. We have Chris Mitchell, Stephen Thorpe, holy smokes, Adam Fastbolt. Oh my gosh, I've got so many here. Okay. Jeff Soldano, Michael Taylor, Hunter Shelbourne, Chris Jones, Sean Rochford, and Mark Aston, who've donated so far. So I'm so glad that you were able to donate. I'm also giving away signed copies of my book out. We're going to be doing raffles for those, as well as if you just want one outright, as well as entries into the raffle for other stuff. You can donate, I think it's $60 on the pledge page to get yourself a signed, not just signed, I'm going to annotate the book throughout. So there's going to be little notes in the margins and in the top margins. I might put some sticky notes in there for stuff that I had to leave out that I kind of sad about. Other tips that didn't make it in because my editors thought, Terry, you can't put the word fuck in there as much as you want to. So maybe some extra little post-it flags where
they didn't appreciate when you responded with "fuck you."
right. Which is funny because the word dick. Someone actually checked out the preview of the book on Google Books, and they were like, hey, Terry, I'm really impressed you were able to stick the word dick in the intro, in the first 20 pages, as many times as you did. And I really did. I shoved it in there, and still people are willing to buy it, which is hilarious. So thank you guys for that. We are going to start off. Do you want to start off with you want to unbox this Hogwarts battle? I took the cello off, but I've been really wanting to take a look at what's inside, mostly because the movie's coming out soon and the Harry Potter-ness is happening. So that's kind of a thing. that we got to start getting get going on.
Listen, Fantastic Beasts is coming out soon, and I mean, I don't know how, with how busy that weekend is, I'm going to manage to see it the 5 times I'm planning on, but so something will give, and I'll make it happen. So.
I also think that it's better that we start popping tokens out now, because I have a feeling some liquor is going to be coming out later this evening too, to make the time go by a little bit crazier. If you are tuning in now, it's going to be kind of fun. As we go forward, we might be drinking a little bit, and we get tired and loopy, so it's going to get a little weird, but hopefully still entertaining. Feel free to boo in the chat as well if things get really boring and stuff, because then we'll know. I'm going to switch cameras now, and then I think I have a better camera setup for
well, you
unboxing.
Have a different camera setup, so it's not pointing straight.
Whoa. What's happening? Whoa.
You want to feedback everybody.
Everyone. Oh my God, that was horrible. Okay, so I am going to switch cameras. There we go. Look at that. Okay, let me point this correctly a little bit better, because that is a little janky. Is that better? Is that better? Is that better?
No, because you're not on the right view. That'll give us instantaneous.
Why would we have that? That's unnecessary, right? Okay, boom. Is that better? I think that's better. Okay. Harry Potter, Hogwarts battle. Let's do this.
That would be our board.
Boardness. Okay, it's a cooperative deck building game. So you got the back side, which is really pretty. And this cardny goodness here. Yeah.
I mean, this makes no sense to me right
It
now.
makes no sense to me.
Because we haven't read it.
Whoa! Holy crap.
Okay.
Well then. Hey, the book looks like it's simple to read. Oh, you can store your rules in the book.
And store your what?
Store game 5 rules here. Store game 2 rules here. So the game 5, game 1, game 2, game 3. Oh, I think it matches like the movies. Okay. In the cooperative game.
Where's game 7-2?
In this cooperative game, you will take on the heroic role of either Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, or badass motherfucker Neville Longbottom.
Everybody's gonna want to be Neville.
Hey, if you age like Neville too, I want to be Neville Longbottom, man. He has gotten hot.
Man,
it was weird when he was young, but now that he's old and legal, whoo, I tap that.
What? Speaking of, look, Hermione Granger. Sorry.
Okay, way to make it weird.
Wow, you literally, I literally took what you said
and said it about Hermione Granger, but that is a UN ambassador, okay?
Yeah.
She's a goodwill ambassador. This game is designed to be played over a series of increasingly difficult adventures to defeat you-know-who once and for all. Playing cooperatively as the heroes, you win the game if you defeat all the villains before they gain control of all the locations, thereby securing the safety of Hogwarts for now. However, if villains manage to gain control of all the locations, you have lost the freaking game.
Easy enough.
It's cool because it looks like game 1 and 2 are kind of introduction games, because it says Advanced Wizards. After reading the rules and feel comfortable and familiar with deck building games, we recommend that you proceed directly to game 3. Open game 1 and game 2 and game 3 boxes. Reveal the rules and enclosed in each, and then start your adventure there. So you're like unboxing a game that's supposed to be like an unfolding adventure for us, and we are sucking at this. Wow.
Well, in fairness,
spoilers.
I've read the books. You and I have watched the movies. Like it's one of those things. So, yes, it does look. It does look like everything kind of
books too.
is.
Are you implying that I don't read books? I read great books.
Oh my God.
All Quiet on the Western.
Can't you read?
Okay. No political banter tonight.
Yeah.
No political banter.
Please, we're both poli-sci majors, and
lightning strikes.
and
Oh my God!
America-
Lightning bolts.
America is about to fuck some shit up real bad in a few days. So
we live north of the wall, so we can make jokes. It's kind of funny to us.
Of
but
course, we're gonna make those jokes.
Sorry if it's not. Let me
But no, I mean, here's the thing that everything is kind of based on all of the movies. When I was looking through Game 7, it's movie 7 era things, and the items were Horcruxes.
Ooh,
so
fancy. What do you
this
mean?
looks really cool.
This looks really cool too. I see all of these tokens, and yeah, that's cool. I feel like this is like the crafter in me is already like, ooh, and I could take Fimo and make hearts, and then I could make lightning bolts, so that like they're not just cardboard tokens.
Those have nice weight.
Whoa, these are freaking heavy as hell. Okay, let me see if I can get noise on them. Like, that's what they sound like. They're clinky because they're actually metal. That's what they look like right there. Let's see if you can get it. Closer. That won't focus. The Horcruxes. I'm assuming these are Horcruxes.
No.
What are they?
I think those what you use
Death
to
Eaters?
demark like bad guys making progress. And the reason I say that is at the bottom of some Voldemort cards, they had that symbol. So, I mean, we're literally just unboxing it now. We haven't read the rules. So what they actually do.
Who knows? These are cool. But like I still think that that's cool. I think that like in terms of what's in the box, like first of all, can we talk about how beautiful this organizer is? Because as much as I love Welcome to the Dungeon and Welcome Back to the Dungeon, oh my God, some of the like the organizers in there are just, they're kind of brutal. So this is really exciting. I'm happy to see that this is like, it's actually sturdy and it's nice and it's got a lot of cards and a lot of fiddly bits, I guess is the best term.
Mm-hmm.
It still feels like kind of big for what you need it to be, but you know, I recognize that.
Yeah, I mean the box itself seems enormous for this because like what I absolutely kind of love about it is this right here. I love the fact that each game is, you know, obviously chronologically sequenced with the books, and they're self-contained and they're super small, and then we've got all this kind of wasted space. Like I don't know if you can see in here, that's how it came. There is this one little tiny pack taking up this hugely vast, deep. Just deep. I mean, like, just see how deep I can get in there with my fist. Like, you can go all the way in.
You can put your whole fist in there.
I can put my whole fist in there. And that's kind of why
that's early for this.
Yeah, right.
We're not even alcohol yet.
And we are already getting to that point. So for me, like, I look at this and I'm just like, what's with the rest of the box? You know, like I get like the width of the box was determined by the size of the board when it folds down, and it feels like they were just trying to fill space. Yeah,
but this is like, I understand because like when they design boxes, it's also for marketing. Like how much space does the box take? I mean, yes, there's a cost to shipping a hollow box, but I've seen games that have had huge hollow boxes, right? Like,
oh, absolutely.
So like this feels like a sizable game. It feels kind of like a chest because it's designed to look like one.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Fancy. I love the box. I think it's beautiful. And yeah, John Patrick's right though. It's better than a lot of deck building games. Oh my God. It looks
all right,
good,
can we
actually
talk about, like, in my opinion, I think that the worst board game boxes belong to the Machikoro games.
Oh
where
my
they
God.
basically give you a box this size for maybe 200 cards and some cardboard tokens and literally nothing to secure it at all.
I'm going to play Machikoro with you later. Once the alcohol has been poured, Machikoro feels like the right kind of game. Doesn't require too much thinking, but a lot of fun.
You just want me to call you a whore all the time as you keep rolling dice to pay me no money?
Yes! That would be great. I would love that.
But that's the thing where it's just like, you know, yeah, it is a well-organized box. There is a lot of wasted space. Maybe as you start to take components out, those will fill in.
Or maybe there's room for expansions.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on with it right now. It is beautiful. It's not Machikoro bad, where every time you open it, everything's everywhere.
So David Chapman, aka Papa, is in the chat. Hello. Yes, he does have a man bun. Sometimes it's a man braid. I didn't get to do his hair today, so it's
also sometimes if I'm feeling particularly stupid, I'll top knot it by moving it up to the middle.
And let's see who else we have. A dash of Elin. Hello. Aku-chan, hello. I've seen you in the comments for some of my other videos. I'm so glad you're able to join us. And Todd, thanks so much for being a fan. I am super, super excited to be doing this and actually getting a chance to like hang for a while. Let's see.
I'm going to apologize now. I'm going to be coughing probably all night because I had like a death flu for the last 6 days.
Yeah, it wasn't all the coughs we were talking. What? Who said that? What?
Listen, semen is good for the back of your throat. Everyone knows that.
Everyone knows that. Okay. And this is why I feel like YouTube is not going to monetize my videos anymore. Good thing I have a second source of income.
No, they will not.
But I'm like super excited to have you guys in the box. John Patrick's talking about Blood Bowl Team Manager. Oh my god, I really want to pick that up before it goes away forever.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping
like
that hoping that Black Friday it goes down for a huge sale.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been the box that I'll pick up and look at and be like, maybe next time, but there will be no next time soon enough.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't surprise me, being a Fantasy Flight game, that they just have 500,000 tokens and cards of 7 different sizes. It just that's their jam.
All right, so who else? Let's see here.
Username is Theater Nerd.
Theater Nerd! Hey, Theater Nerd. Welcome to the channel. Orvos. Yeah, this is work. We might be painting later. We might be doing some building. We might be talking about some models we hate to build. I don't know how drunk we're going to get this evening. So if we get really drunk, maybe playing with sharps, is not a good idea. We might do that a little earlier in the evening before things get too crazy. Relic John Patrick, I have had that. It is a great, beautiful game. Eric Lincoln as well. The components, the busts in that set are just so beautiful. I had to get rid of it when we moved because we were purging like crazy and
it was one of those games that despite owning for 2 years, we never had a chance to play because I
just wanted them to have the busts to paint because they are so beautiful.
Yeah.
But didn't get a chance. Let's see here. So I'm going to be mentioning this throughout the evening. We're doing this for Extra Life. If you want to check out the link for Extra Life, it's in the channel notes or in the show notes for this episode. And you can check that out. Donate, please. It's for a good cause. We are supporting the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. So we're helping sick kids get better by helping the hospitals. Let's see, what else do we have here? All right, before we go on, I want to know everyone who is watching right now. Let us know in the chat what your house is for Harry Potter, and what you think Nathan and what our houses are. Okay.
I'm not wearing my house shirt today.
You are not, but if people have been checking us out before, they would know what the hell house you are because
don't go back to that.
You don't kind of shut up about it, so that's a thing.
It's not my fault. The best house.
The best house. Okay, people are gonna say house you don't want to be associated with because you keep talking like that.
What, House Trump? House Trump. It's huge. It's terrific. It's made entirely of gold.
Made entirely of gold. Yeah. So that's a thing. What should we play next? House Dresden. Let's see who is the Ravenclaw Theater Nerd and John Patrick. You can tell you have not read the books. I will forgive you for that in this moment right now. Ravenclaw. Who's the Ravenclaw now? Who's the Ravenclaw?
God, that's easy.
Who's the Ravenclaw?
One of us looks like they're good at math. The other doesn't.
That's racist. That's racist. Okay. Want to play?
Grizzled was a good, easy start because we will just lose and lose and lose.
We're gonna play some Grizzled. If you guys haven't played this game, this is one of the games that I bring on airplanes with us. You don't need too much to play it. It is a fantastic game to kind of play in small confined spaces. You need a small table to play it. It's also a cooperative game, so you'll lose together a lot. Let's see here, and it's a game that has beautiful art. The art was done by one of the Charlie Hebdo illustrators. So it kind of has this very fitting art style. to
very
your
French.
very
art.
French art style. And if you what was it? There was a game on Xbox, I think, the World War II game that was really beautiful.
100% theater nerd.
Yeah,
100%.
100%. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I actually have my Ravenclaw. This is my Ravenclaw shirt.
No, it's not.
Oh no, it's not. It's my War Machine. Makes me heavy and hard shirt. Haha. Okay, I thought I was gonna wear it. I must have changed my mind last minute. I usually go through about 4 or 5 changes of clothing before I start recording videos, so it's hard to keep up. Two right, two left. Two right, two left. Okay. Do we use these at random?
We get to pick, but you have the third player, remember?
Yeah.
The chaplain.
So which one do you want to be? So basically, there is 2 decks here. This is the monument to our death deck. If we get to the bottom of this deck, we've died in war. This is our peace deck. If we get to the bottom of this deck,
and all cards in our hand are played.
and all cards in our hand are played, we come home. And
Peace is signed before we die.
Peace is signed before we die. Each of us will be playing one of these characters, and we'll have a third because we're playing a 2-player version. It's kind of like the chaplain.
It rains a lot here.
It rains a lot here. Okay, so each of them has a little icon in the corner.
Called the Lucky Charm.
Called the Lucky Charm, and they can kind of ignore the Lucky Charm for the turn. It's a really easy and simple kind of game to play. I don't know what else there is to say about it other than it goes pretty well. You lose a lot. You lose a lot. It's a thing that happens because it's like, as with most cooperative games, it's really hard to kind of stay on it. So, yeah, okay. Good morning, TG. I'm assuming you are somewhere on the other side of the planet than we are right now. Thank you for joining the stream. So basically, we are going to deal. Nathan is going to start as the leader because the person with the most hair gets to go first.
They specifically do say, yeah, it is just most hair.
Most hair.
I don't know. Are you sure you don't need it?
It's not winter yet. It's not winter yet.
All right. So basically, the way it works is I grab out of this pile.
Mm-hmm.
Being the first mission, it has to be a minimum difficulty level of 3. You always deal yourself first. But I want to watch the world burn, so I'm going to start at 4.
Okay. I'm going to get this light over here so you can actually kind of see a little bit. Sir.
All right.
Okay.
So basically, from here, there are going to be 2 types of cards. There are going to be trials cards, which will have one of the 6 elements on here. There are three different weather types, 3 different, I guess, challenge types, bullet, gas mask, or whistles. If there are ever 3 of the same kind out here, we fail the mission. The other type of card is called a hard knock. Mm-hmm. Those are damage points that you suffer. There is an ability you can cure hard knocks because if any single player has 4, the game is over and you lose. So with that being said, I have to start. So yeah. I'm going to go bullet.
Bullet, bullet, bullet. Yeah. I am going to go winter whistle. Okay, we'll go this way.
Winter whistle.
Winter whistle. Toot toot. Cat calling with the cold.
Well, I'm going to use my lucky charm and kick that out.
You don't like bullets.
I don't like rain.
I don't like rain. I'm going to throw this down. Are we playing with traps today?
Yeah, we're absolutely playing with traps. Draw another card.
Ooh, it's a cold gas mask. That's not bad.
It's a night gas mask. All right. So right now you can see that we have 1 of every single type, which means we cannot fail. Now we have 2 bullets and 2 knights.
Okay, I am selfish. So my
Yep.
towel always goes to me.
All right, and random tile from the third player.
Mm-hmm.
I am frenzied, so at the beginning of a mission, I must draw 2 extra cards.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure you don't care about that because you're selfish.
I'm going to.
Oh, also your character is.
You know what? I'm gonna use my lucky charm, and I'm going to take away
The bullet.
the bullet. I don't like bullets. I don't like bullets.
All right.
Off base. Mind asking questions off base? Yeah. No, gosh, no. We're gonna be chatting all night long. So go ahead, throw out the questions while we chat. Because usually when we play these games, yes. And Nathan is mute for the game, so he's not allowed to talk about the game or table talk at all. And maybe I'll just like leave him mute for a while since I kind of like the silence a little bit. And you can't interrupt me anymore, which happens so much in the comments. People get mad at you about it. So, yeah. So we're. I've withdrawn. You've withdrawn.
I haven't.
Oh no! I took the whistle. No. Ah.
Trap.
It's what?
We're
We
out.
failed.
We failed. So this one is going to the left. You're not selfish anymore.
Yay! I'm not selfish anymore. Ha! Sorry. What? Okay, so I get to choose the difficulty of the next mission because I'm the leader. If you guys want to start asking questions, feel free to.
Start
I
with
do it
you.
myself first.
You're still.
There. Gosh, we'll do
Start with
3.
And I get 2 more because I'm frenzied.
Oh, you're frenzied. No, we'll start with 2. There you go.
I don't get 5 if we start with 2.
Okay, fine. Ah, you're so fancy.
I am the way I like to
Fancy
play by
pants.
the rules.
All right. Anyways, what I want to know what everyone else in the chat is playing right now. What games are you collecting? What games are you playing? What games are you really excited about? Let me know because if you may have been following us for a while, we just moved. We're still kind of getting used to the region. We're still also settling in to kind of get the game stuff. And I'm also looking to find out what people are thinking the best games of the year are because it's coming up pretty soon, and I kind of want to get my hands on some of the best of the year, I guess, is kind of what I'm talking about. Go ahead. Oh, it's my turn, isn't it?
Show is.
You're mute. Shut up.
You're a bitch.
Merry Christmas. So do I have to?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to take away Frenzied.
Such a
So you're mute. Stay quiet. Shut up. All right, go ahead.
Go back to hormone.
I thought we would get to this point when you incessantly called me over, like far later into the evening. We are only like 20 minutes in, and here we are, Whore Island. We're here.
What is with you? I've not gotten a single trap card yet.
There we go. Ooh, Theater Nerd just bought Forbidden Island. That is really exciting. And Orvos is asking if we have a group where we live or if we use a medium to use to game with others around the globe. We're trying to set up a way for us to game with our friends back home. It's not quite working yet. I think a lot of the gaming we're going to be doing with our old friends, I Withdraw, is going to be games that are kind of like that we can play online. So a lot of online games, or games that can be facilitated online. We're looking at Roll-D20 for like D&D with some friends. See how that goes. But I don't know if we're there yet.
I will also withdraw.
You're withdrawing. Withdraw, Nathan. Withdraw. It works. It's an effective strategy.
Camping hole.
Hey,
it goes to me.
There we go. So yeah, that's a thing.
I mean, not that I was not
Sushi Go
talking.
is good. We bought Sushi Go Party this year. And we had Sushi Go last year. Was it last year?
Yeah, we've had Sushi Go for like a
at
year
Sushi Go.
or more.
Savage
so-
World set in Fallout. How is the Fallout game?
Hey, you know what we forgot to do
What?
last turn? The minimum of 3.
Oh,
so I'll do
yeah.
that now. And then this turn I have 2, so minimum of 3.
Ugh. Horrible.
So we just forgot because we haven't played this in a while. Right.
Using Google Hangouts for tabletop. I think that's interesting. I think I'm trying to get Alora a kind of like pen pal friend for Dice Masters. Dice Masters, that's the game we forgot to bring up. I think we're gonna play some Dice Masters tonight because Dice Masters is literally amazing. If you haven't played Dice Masters, you haven't played the DC set, the War of Light set. If you are a DC fan,
Is incredible.
is incredible. It is like seriously, it is probably my favorite collectible blind booster set ever. That is the game that got me okay again with blind boosters, which is a big deal because I hate blind boosters.
And yet now we've purchased what 3
Oh my
gravity
gosh.
feeds since we've moved here.
Yeah, 3 gravity feeds since we've moved here. We love that game, and you're a whore for doing that.
It says like how? How is mine any different than yours?
I don't know. Blame the patriarchy. Fallout 4 is
Fine.
amazing.
No rain, no
the new
gas
Blood Bowl
mask.
box set and possibility of Necromunda. Okay, so Games Workshop. I feel like if we start talking a little bit about what Games Workshop is going to pivot to with the loss of the relationship with Fantasy Flight, that's an interesting conversation. That might be a conversation more for when I'm a little more tipsy because I'm going to be honest with you. I actually think like when they came out to say, hey, we're bringing back our specialist games division, or we're going to start a board games division.
No rain, no mask.
No rain, no mask. Whew. How about whistle and snow?
Why must you do these? Now you're absent-minded. I don't remember what that one does.
I remove a support tile from the game.
Isn't that before withdrawing?
Before withdrawing.
Yeah, you just forget one out in the wilds, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, so we also have no snow, no bullets.
TG, okay, so here's the thing. New Necromunda, I'm excited for it. I think it would be really fun. I loved skirmish games. I still love skirmish games. I play so many skirmish games now. And Necromunda would be freaking amazing.
No snow, no bullets, no rain, no masks.
I would have a hard
What are you
time.
doing? Do you remember how this game was played?
Before I withdraw, I'm throwing away one at random. That one. And I'm going to give my support to
That person.
that dude.
All right, and then we go like that.
And I don't know. X-Wing is a money pit. X-Wing, Attack Wing was our money pit. X-Wing
I
is.
find that X-Wing is only a money pit because
The community's really
we
strong,
have
though.
speeches that we completely forgot about, and that would have helped in
Did
this
you just
turn.
withdraw?
Yeah, I am
We
withdrawing.
passed the mission.
Hold
though,
on,
so
I
hey.
know, because I could have failed us, but I thought that would not.
I
be
could have
good.
failed us too. I'm pretty awesome, by not doing that.
All right, and
Ooh, Heroes of the Resistance waiting. How is Heroes of the Resistance? I don't know. John, I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about those games. X-Wing though,
This is the
X-Wing
one
as
there, maybe?
X-Wing as a money pit. X-Wing as a money pit.
Yeah.
That's
Anyway,
just a thing.
as I was saying though, I only feel it's that way because of the way that the community has kind of jumped into the whole. This is the best list, therefore you might need to buy 4 of this ship just to get this one upgrade card. You're never going to use this ship, but that's the kind of X-Wing money pit because you and I play casual X-Wing. We put $100 into it total, and we just don't buy anymore because we have the ships that we like, and maybe if a new ship comes out, we'll buy it. But it's
more
just
for the cards and the characters, not necessarily for how amazing this upgrade is on that ship on this thing.
Right.
Like we don't play the metagame because we don't play competitively in that, and it keeps you from
you are
going
leader now.
crazy on it. Did we move this from here?
I did.
Okay. We have nothing, eh?
Well, we each had a card, but
Woo! But yeah, I think that's interesting. Heroes Artillery Cluster is a great way to play X-Wing. What is that? Because I haven't been keeping up with X-Wing very much. Because we are so casual. We are so casual with it. We don't even call it for dinner, we just, message at 3 a.m. You up?
Right.
That's how casual we are with X-Wing.
Oh,
so
totally.
like I haven't been keeping up with the game so far. Okay, so I start. Hang on over here. Fear not the night. I'm using my speech token and not fearing the night.
You know what? Night's pretty bad too if you're fearing not the night. So why don't you?
Can I do it with this?
No.
Damn it. Okay, well, I'll do it with this. All right. I'm going to play one of these.
Trauma of Night.
Trauma of Night.
You know what else is full of shit? Gas masks.
Gas
I
masks.
think gas masks are the worst.
Yeah, I would say that they're okay bad. But yeah.
They're medium bad.
They're medium bad.
This is gonna get
ugly fast.
ugly fast. All right, so
I'm out of cards. It is a campaign that fans have made where you can start as a PS1 and build your character as you go through missions. Oh, that's cool. I see. Okay, so anything that has a campaign mechanic, I withdraw, is awesome. I think that campaign mechanics are awesome. I think that
I also withdraw.
I think that maybe my affection for campaigns comes from the fact that I've had such great experiences playing campaigns when it comes to games or truck games. We had a killer kind of experience with Eye of Terror. That was a big thing. That was a big thing. Yeah, I'm healed again. I'm back.
Have a speech.
Yes, thank you. And I think that's kind of a thing that I really loved. Was it the city fight campaign? Vojin was amazing as well. I
but
feel
that one
really
was
formative.
That one was not a official campaign though. But you and I played the hell out of that.
At a local store, it was a Vojin campaign based on the city fight rules. It was amazing, and I think part of my personal affection.
All right.
Wow.
Oof, these are not happy cards.
Huh. How many before I'm dead? Hard Knocks?
4.
Okay.
I'm afraid of bullets.
But I think that's one of the reasons why I have an affection for skirmish games as well, like games like Necromundus, because that campaign mechanic is really interesting. And I also think that...
I'll see your snow and night and raise you snow and rain.
Oh my gosh.
So snow kills us, just so you're aware.
I'm demoralized.
What's that one?
When the morale drops, flip 1 extra card.
Yeah, got it.
It's not bad.
Night will also kill us.
And I am clumsy. After I withdraw, I must draw a trial card and play it. Did we just win? We weren't really paying attention, and I think we just won.
We sure did.
It is on camera. We have actually done it, and
I mean, technically, you have to withdraw and I have to withdraw, but no victory, no lose conditions have been triggered.
Woo!
And we have to win the final mission, because if you fail the final mission, you still morale.
Yeah, you still morale. We won it.
But we won.
We won. Okay. Well, that was woo. I'm gonna start smashing things. That was pretty awesome. I wasn't really paying attention to what was happening in the game. But
Story of life.
that's a thing that happens.
Play it again or play something else?
How about I think what we'll do? Winning without effort. Okay, listen. I feel like the harder we try at this game, the more likely we are to lose. When we're intensely focusing, we get hit so hard.
Okay, listen. When we first got this game, we picked it up at Come On Expo.
Oh my god!
So our flight back,
we were playing it.
Had because I think we went to Chicago, and Chicago to Calgary was a 3-hour flight. We played it nonstop. Literally, as we're playing in the terminal, and then we boarded the plane, and it's just we just play and we'd lose, and we play and we'd lose. I think we probably played about 15 games and won 2. Yeah,
it was yeah. that seems about accurate for how much we played this game and how we lose a lot at it. We do have the expansion in the basement.
So
you can see
I was gonna say. So fundamentally, the thing with the Grizzled is you start your initial trials card at 25 cards out of the total 59. So there's actually more of the deck not in play than there is in play. Where this game gets very challenging is if you notice, Teri kept playing trap cards. There are a lot more trap cards than there were. I only had one, and then when you said "Fear Not the Night," I had a trap knight, so I was like, "Fuck that!"
Yeah.
And I got rid of it. So there are a lot of traps, and there are a lot of phobias. Like that was probably one of the friendliest trials we got, because I remember when I had one, like we had no cards, we drew 8 between us, and then we finished the round having played 7 of them. That doesn't happen.
It's a really cerebral game, kind of like Hanabi, which we might try playing later on.
No.
We might have to turn the camera off so that we're not cheating while we do.
Right? God, I just don't know which. I'll discard this one. Yeah, Hanabi is not a good I'm streaming kind of game to play. Barred me.
Okay. We are going to play.
Welcome back to the dungeon.
If you have not played Welcome to the Dungeon or Welcome Back to the Dungeon, this game is really fantastic. It's kind of like a digital game, but it's mostly a bluffing game. The mechanics used are bluffing. What are you looking for?
Where's the health tracker?
Oh my god, it's not in here.
I will guarantee that
I know exactly where it is.
Steak and Shake.
It's at a Steak and Shake in the States.
In Detroit. Our daughter will be upset at that.
I can I'll see if I can find I'll send a message to
that
Yellow.
Particular. Well, why don't we call that restaurant and see if it's
I can do that too.
there. I mean,
Orgos is asking us of all the genres out there, what is our favorite setting? Fantasy, sci-fi, etc. This is a fun question because I have gone on record saying I hate fantasy. I hate fantasy so much. But I think I can dig deeper into that. People ask me, like a lot of times people will ask, what if you could live in any fictional universe, what fictional universe would you live in? And I always say Star Trek. There's like 3 really fantastic reasons for Star Trek. One, there is hangover-free alcohol. That is a big deal to me because when I get hit by the hangover, it's ugly.
Yeah, but the problem with that then is like if it's not going to give you a hangover, is it going to hit you as hard as fast? And if not, like you'd die. Like that's my concern about like no hangover, because like the thing with you is just like you have one drink, you get happy. You have 2 drinks, and so all of a sudden it's not like good judgment is impaired. Judgment is gone. So at that point, I have to like carefully monitor and police you, because if you get your hands on any alcohol at all from that point on, you're like a 3-year-old who found a fucking can of soda and you just try to chug it all. You're just like, which is bad because you're already so fucked up that we're getting close to alcohol poisoning. And then I try to police it and you call me a buzzkill.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, look at the fucking police over here.
It really happens. Oh, John Patrick, you donated. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. That's really sweet of you. Thank you. And
then as for actual, like, for me, I am a sci-fi guy to the core. I fucking love my sci-fi. But with that being said, I don't think that sci-fi makes a necessarily great setting for games. I find that like even if you look at all of our games present here, these are all favorite games of ours. You've got Zombicide Black Plague, which is, a medieval fantasy kind of thing. We've got Blood Rage, Arcane Academy. So it's just like, I find that for settings for board games, for some reason, fantasy and or history tend to work better.
It's familiar, right? Here's the thing about a science fiction world. Science fiction worlds have to be built. You have to build them in order to play in them.
In order to care about them.
Yeah, and a fantasy world is so generic at this point. It's so
maybe that's why Twilight
culture.
Imperium takes 11 hours to play, because the first 6 is all like setting.
Oh my god! Ouch! Oh.
All right, so I actually have to look at what these do.
all of these games that we're playing today are some of our favorite games. You can always check them out on Board Game Geek. We're going to be playing, but we're also going to be chatting. Again, if you're just joining the chat, we're welcome to our Extra Life stream. YouTube says we can stream for approximately 8 hours. So we're going to try to get as far into that as we possibly can. I'm really excited to be doing this. We're raising money for the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. If you want to donate, there is a link in the video, doobly-doo down here somewhere. And you can check that out. I'm really excited to be doing this. So all the games, you can definitely check them out. We highly recommend. These are like Nathan and Terry approved games. All of the games we'll be playing tonight. I will also be doing some painting and chatting as well.
And John, I won't say I know those feels, but my best friend's daughter was born dangerously premature, which is why I think she spent the first 7 months of her life in the NICU, which is part of the reason why we support this particular region of children's hospitals, because they took care of her. So
what if you donate to our Extra Life kind of page, the all donations will be going to the Stollery Children's Hospital, which is a hospital in Edmonton. The reason why we are is because our best friend Lang, who has actually appeared on one of our paint and prattles where we talked about GW breaking up with Fantasy Flight Games. We're really grateful to have that hospital in our area, being able to provide the care that they did, because it was literally life-saving. So we care about that. Johnny's Chop Chop. Favorite paintbrush. Oh, that's a good one. Nathan, you can answer first, because I always have two paintbrushes when I answer with this.
Listen.
This question.
I kind of do too. Like for me, the two that I use. There is a makeup brush that she introduced me to. It is the absolute best dry brush I've ever used. So
that is the eyes, lips, face contour brush. Let me see if I can stick it up into the camera here. And if you can get a good look at it. No, you can't.
The light, it glares off of the logo. But anyway.
But this is what it looks like. This is actually kind of the tip. It's all synthetic fibers, slightly domed tip. It's quite large.
Yeah, absolutely best dry brush I have ever used. Love it to death. As for normal painting, I just have some incredibly terrible habits. So for me, I just find the cheapest kind of low quality brushes that I can get my hands on, which, for truth be told, are Games Workshop brushes. I don't like painting with synthetic hair.
It's only because we used to work at Games Workshop, and we have a lot of the brushes we hoarded away before we quit.
Yeah, but
at 50% discount. We have brushes that have handles that are like
red.
Like
no, with the old red.
And but then we have the blue ones.
Even then, I have paid money for Games Workshop brushes in the last 10 years, and I haven't worked for the company in longer than that. That's a fact. So, I mean, it is one of those things where...
You like to pour our money down the toilet. Go on.
Absolutely, I do. Says someone hilariously. It's actually your turn.
Oh.
There are three
here.
Sweet. But no, so like I said, I just have a lot of really bad habits. I don't like to paint with expensive brushes as a result of it. Because I'm really, really hard on my brushes, and I know that I am, but I'm too lazy to change. So, yay! So I use Games Workshop brushes.
John Patrick recommends the Elf Contour brush. It is amazing. You can buy it if you're in the States. You can buy it at Target. If you're in Canada, you can buy it. I believe Superstore carries it. If you're abroad, you can get it online. If you look for eyes, lips, face, cosmetics, Elf Contour brush, incredible brush, and it is always on the list of my favorite brushes. It is $3. It is the best dry brush, and especially because people destroy dry brushes first. It like having that really low point. It's probably one of my cheapest painting brushes. It works so well, and it's so beautiful, and I would spend more for it, but because it's so cheap, I love it all the more. I would spend more for that brush to get the results I get from that brush.
Yeah, the results of that brush. That's
a $10 brush.
I was gonna say the same.
I paint with Winsor Newton Series 7 brushes. I am very spoiled. I bought a pair for myself. I love the belly. I love the point. Hands down, I cannot not let go of those brushes. And I actually kind of lost them for a little bit, and I was really sad about it.
And then we moved.
And it
turned out that I packed them because you didn't really pack. Like I would say that the pack ratio was probably like 85-15. Like you did help. And a lot of that help came at the very last fucking minute.
No. I was more purging than
Yeah.
I was purging, you were packing.
I was also purging. Don't think that you were the only person.
No, but I was going through Alora's stuff. As usual. But
it's because I get into her stuff and I just start throwing things away.
Oh my God.
To the point, like, okay, I even warned the child as we were purging. I was like, this bookshelf, I have not seen you touch in 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to give you all the buckets and boxes that you need.
Yeah.
You have till you go to bed to clean it. Everything left on this, I will throw in the garbage. Oh. So she went through and she did it. And I was like, are you sure everything else is garbage? And she's like, yeah, I'm sure. I'm like, I want you to go back and check. Everything else is garbage. She's like, no, I don't need to check. The very next day, when everything is in garbage, has been donated to Goodwill if it's in good enough quality, or thrown away if it hasn't been, or recycled yet. She is in tears because she didn't realize that her favorite like crafting kit with like Fox stationery was that's such a good item. So but yes, she was in tears. So I'm just like, what did you think was gonna happen?
Anyways,
I have no patience. That's why you go through.
That's why I go through stuff. But yeah, those are the brushes that I use. I love them. I have other brushes that I do adore. Gears and Games and Gears make some really lovely synthetic brushes that I use for washes, and I do a lot of washing. But like when it comes to painting detail, when it comes to wet blending, when it comes to anything that I feel like requires kind of a higher level than what I use for most of my tutorials, those are the brushes I'm reaching for. It's funny because like for a lot of my tutorials, I make it a point to not use the most expensive brushes, the most expensive paints. I try to make things very accessible, but for my own personal painting, yeah, I use the fancy stuff. I can't help it. So yeah, that is a
pass
thing. Okay, well, I'm going into the dungeon. It's a recorder. So I've got these.
For each, yeah.
8,
so
9.
Reduce all damage by 1. All right, that's cool.
8.
Well.
Oh yeah.
You have 10.
Okay. That is killed.
Remember, these are both kind of one use only. So if you could use your lucky coin.
I'm using the lucky coin.
All right. It is not even. So lucky coin is done.
I'll defeat one odd strength monster.
All right. You are now eating all damage.
Yeah.
Whew, -2. Goddamn goblins. So you take 5. You take 4. You're down to 1. 2. Take 1.
No, I lost. Okay. All right.
Whew,
yeah. Okay. Like Dark Elder Swoop Bike painted in Kawasaki green. How to race a paint him like a race team. Very cool. Like I mean, okay. So I love seeing what people do with Dark Eldar. I'm gonna be honest because if you play Dark Eldar.
Well, not anymore. You're thinking old school Dark Eldar.
But if you play Dark Eldar, you don't give a shit about scheme. Was what I was gonna say. Thanks for listening. Let me finish. Stop interrupting me, Nathan.
I never interrupt you.
But Dark Eldar players don't care about scheme. They're some of the most interestingly painted because like they don't have there is no specific scheme for Dark Eldar, which I really like. All right, we're doing Bard again.
Do you want to change after 1?
No, whatever. Let's do this.
I think the Bard's interesting.
Okay, fine. It's because you haven't figured him out yet.
No, I have. He's
John
interesting.
says he picks up brushes from Joanne. I love makeup brushes for painting. I'm going to say that for sure.
Because let's be honest, these two items can basically get you through the dungeon, but you took the Elvish Harp away.
No. I think that, let's see here. What else do we have? Like, I was going to say makeup brushes are some of my favorite things. Makeup tools are some of my favorite tools. When I paint, I typically have like a makeup sponge handy, soaked in water. If I need to clean some mess up. I do. And I use those things. I made a video on that. I make videos about like the stuff that's unconventional for past
Okay.
unconventional for hobbyists. And I think that's kind of one of the things that I like to do. I like to throw things out there that you don't have to pay a premium on to be a part of the hobby. That's kind of one of my ultimate kind of mantras. Here.
Because these are new rules. Welcome back to the dungeon. Werewolf
Orville's
ally.
gonna stop playing 40K because.
But he allows me to ignore the next monster in the dungeon. Ooh.
I think that when it comes to all of that sort of stuff, you're dead.
Dick. See, the worst part is if I'd taken the 5 there, the Elvish Harp would have kicked in, and then I could have killed him because he's odd. And then I would have coasted to victory.
You're dead!
I'm dead with the dragon.
Dead! You want to change character now?
Yes.
Let's play the
You pick one.
Necromancer. Have we played this guy yet?
We played the Necromancer once.
Maybe you played it with her. I did not.
You did also play with her. While you're doing that, I'm going to pull out the monsters. Because we know at least one of them, and we can shuffle the rest in.
So that's good. No, you mixed two.
And swap them. No, I know, but that's what I'm saying is.
Yeah, so talking about this game, Welcome to the Dungeon. It's a really fun game. Again, it's kind of like the Grizzled, where you can play it in a very small space. Relatively small space, anyways. So it's a great airplane game. It's a great airport game. It's also a great game between games. Like, it's a good mini game. You don't have to, like, play it throughout, and you don't have to do anything too fancy. Like, the setup's really quick. The takedown's really quick. I think, like, I have a soft spot for skirmish games when it comes to mini games. I feel like I have a soft spot for small box games when it comes to board games. I do like some chewier games, but if a board game takes more than like an hour and a half, 2 hours to play, I lose interest.
Two hours is kind of our
hard limit.
Hard limit on board games, because fundamentally we play so many minis games, and 2 hours is that sweet spot where it's just like we could play a game of War Machine or a game of Malifaux or like 3 games of Bushido or. You know, and it's just like
Wild West Exodus.
Yeah, or we could play some Wild West Exodus. We could have played 2 games of Wrath of King. Hell, we could have played 1 battle-size game of Wrath of King. Like, it just, once you hit the 2-hour mark for us, board games lose a lot of interest.
Johnny Top Shop is asking about gold trim.
Oh man, I am your fucking.
Nathan plays Scorn. Okay, so if anything, Nathan knows how to do.
It's fucking gold trim.
It's fucking gold. Orvos is also asking, of all the figures you painted thus far, what was your favorite to paint? He wants you to answer too, because you get so caught up in this. I'm assuming.
It's true. I'm the one trying to keep games going.
We don't have to just play games. Talking about games surely should count for Extra Life Gaming.
Right?
Right?
Okay. Most enjoyable thing I've ever painted. For me, I'm such a results-oriented painter. I paint for events. There's no one model that I've just been like, wow, that was a lot of fun to paint. Instead, it's almost kind of like game systems, you know, because it's just like painting my Tyranids all those years felt like work. It was never super enjoyable. Painting Dark Eldar was extra like work because those models were crap. For me, though, I think what I have painted that has just been the most thoroughly enjoyable is my Malifaux. No question. Because in everything else that I paint, including Scorn, everything has to be uniform. Like these are military things, and it gets old after a while, and I just want to break it up. When I paint my Malifaux, every single model is a character. So if you look at my first crew, I have essentially Jack the Ripper. I painted him in a garish red suit because I wanted to. He had a little totem, which is literally a midget copycat killer. So I also painted him in a red suit because he's the copycat that totes around with them. And then the other 4 models were the Madam and 3 prostitutes in a brothel that he chopped up and then resurrected from the dead.
Yeah.
So, they're all wearing these beautiful clothes. I mean, yeah, they're ripped and they're tattered. They've definitely seen better days. So I got to paint like one in a pink dress and one in a purple dress. And just, there's so much freedom to give those models character. And that, to me, is what was just so absolutely thoroughly enjoyable about painting Malifaux, and why, as a game that I barely ever play,
we don't get a chance to play.
Malifaux is always a game that I want to build more and paint more because it is such a refreshing palette cleanser.
So I have like a 2-prong answer. I love my Malifaux crew. First of all, to say that as Nathan described, they're so characterful, they're so fun, they're so rich. I think that it's a fun. Where are you going?
Just keep talking. Johnny's Chop Shop asked some questions, so I'm pulling the paints out.
Oh, okay.
To answer his question.
Oh, okay. Wow, you're really nice. Yeah, from
I wonder what the fuck the cats are doing.
The cats are like messing up our house right now. We can hear banging happening downstairs, and I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I heard metal hit the ground. I have no idea what the fuck that could even be.
That's probably a crochet hook because they're playing with yarn.
That's right, because you leave all of that out.
Oh, shut up.
I'm just saying.
So one of the things that I love about Malifaux is the sculpts are really lovely too. They're a pain to build, especially if you're buying the starter set stuff. The newer stuff is lovely to build. We were opening up sprues the other day for some emissaries. They're amazing. They're so amazing. I
actually have the sprues up here if you want.
Yeah, we can actually. We'll do it later. Actually, we'll probably do the build stuff. I'm going to build some stuff too. I think I'm going to be too tired to paint. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I love Malifaux. At the same time, I kind of like painting zombicide zombies. There's something so like painting those zombies gives me an opportunity to just mess around with stuff. I first started practicing freehand on those zombies because if it sucked, who cares, right? Like it's one guy in a horde of zombies, but it got me practicing and it got me working on that technique and it got me working in those things. I do have a soft spot for painting and the zombicide zombies, you don't have to paint them all the same. They can all be different. Everyone can be a character, but you don't basically you could just do base coats and wash them and they still look great. It's just painting them is just satisfying in a very different way. It's like eating candy. It's not really substantial, but it's really fun to have hollow calories sometimes, and that's kind of what I love about them. So Malifaux is like eating a beautiful bloody rare steak. It's chewy, it's tasty, it's everything you want out of a steak. And it's like everything you want out of minis. There's no repetition. It doesn't feel tedious. It's amazing in every respect.
And even then, when you look at like an entire crew, 50 points is with very, very, very few exceptions. Okay, we're talking gremlins and then some specific or specific masters. A Malifaux crew is going to be in the 6 to 10 model range, period. And that's it. So it's just like, if I want to get a new master and a whole 50 Soulstone crew set up for him, boom, that's all it is. Is that the one that steals the, oh, that's your, when you die. Okay. Yeah. So before I go for my turn, this is the easiest dry brush gold you're ever going to make.
This is gold first. Let me switch the camera
so you can actually see what it's
seeing.
showing. So there's
gold first is a technique.
Yeah, there's a technique of scorn because scorn have so much goddamn trim that people call the gold first scorn, so that way you can just dry brush it instead of having to very, very, very tediously trace stuff out. What did you do?
Oh, just hush. I'm making it work.
Sure. Okay. That's what making it work looks like.
Yeah, that's what making it work looks like.
So basically, what you do, that is the finished outcome of it. So basically, grab that fucking fabulous eyes, lips, face contour brush. You're going to start to finish the model with Warp Block Bronze, Games Workshop. As much as I hate buying their paints because they discontinue them, no one makes metallics better than Games Workshop. So dry brush them anywhere that you want your gold in your Warp Block Bronze. Then you're going to follow it along with a dry brush over that of Gehenna's Gold. Now, this is a very sort of orangey, kind of subdued gold. It's going to look more like brass than gold, and that's okay. After that, because we were going with dry brushing, you want to give it a layer of Army Painter Strong Tone. What this does is it kind of muddles it back down again, and it gives the gold a lot of depth. Because one of the things with metallics that makes them very hard to paint is you can't highlight them like a normal paint, or it ends up looking kind of cartoonish.
Yeah.
So when you're trying to get depth to it, you want to try to simulate as much texture as possible. That's what your strong tone is going to do. Then you hit it with Auric Armor Gold as a dry brush again. Over top of that, obviously let that dry, obviously. And then, like I said, that
gives you this really lovely
is the
first.
That is the finished product. And if you're going to be painting a lot of jacks using gold like that, I would recommend doing the exact same thing. Prime them black, do all of that trim first, because it's going to then be a lot easier to paint color inside shoulder pads and on leg plates and everywhere else that jacks are going to have.
Johnny, I'm going to make Nathan do a tutorial for the channel on gold first scorn. So that is a thing that will happen. So you don't get
brought to you by Trump. Yes.
Yes.
Just yes.
Yes. But it's you can work with this technique in various tones. Like P3 makes a very harmonious, like dark metal, bronze, gold kind of family of tones that work well together as well. You can do it with that. It just really depends on what family you want to go with.
All right.
So yeah, that's a thing that is totally doable. I was gonna come in handy with some Adeptus Custodians. Yeah, like I mean.
Oh yeah, that would be absolutely incredible for Custodes. I'm not gonna buy the Burning of Prospero box because we would just sit on it. But we can market it as like, hey, works great on Custodes. The only thing that I would say is if you're doing something with really, really, really big gold, you could always just do one more layer on top of that Auric Armor to make it really pop, and that would be to take something like a really bright mithril silver or whatever the hell that's called now. I seriously still have pots of mithril silver. They're
oh my god.
Just sorry. Actually, no, don't we use the P3 one now?
We do. We Quicksilver, because that's iron.
That's cold steel.
Quicksilver is like
the
brightest white.
The brightest silver you can get is always going to be brighter than your gold. So if you ever wanted to crank it up a notch, and I would say do this with something like Custodes, is the lightest of edge dry brushes. See, I paint all the time. That now that I'm just gushing about painting, I would do that just on kind of like shoulder pads, helmet, plume, something to just make it really, really, really. No, sorry. I now know what that is. But
pass.
Sure. I mean,
if you're gonna cheat, you might as well cheat well.
Right.
But yeah, like I think we're gonna totally paint. We might take a break for a little while. We've been at it for an hour. Yay, us!
All right, Darkstone is gonna kill him.
Yep.
I'm gonna use my possession scroll and gain 6 hit points. So that'll put me at what? 12, 15, 17. Down to 15. Dead with Darkstone. And then I have to give up a piece of item, sure.
Oh, that's it. Oh my god, are you dying?
Well, all the excited talking and not hydrating.
I feel like you should get drinks soon. If you are okay with us getting drinks, let us know in the chat. I'm probably gonna get drinks. I'm gonna be honest.
All right, so do you want to try the Necromancer again?
I want to play the princess.
All right. Let's do the princess.
Let's do the princess. I've been using the bottle of Vallejo gunmetal I bought from Game Shop that has been out of business for over decades. Still using it, works great. You know, if you find a metal you like, it's fantastic. One of the things I find with metallic paints.
It's okay, my work computer's fine, I think.
One of the things I find with metallic paints is they age quite well. I find that metallic paints, because you often dry brush with them so often, a little bit of age on them actually makes them better. I find that when they're brand new, they're a little too thin. They're a little too...
Yeah. And
hey, Wargamer Viking! Hey, Eric. Hi, guys. Oh my gosh, I missed your hello, Eric. Thanks for joining the channel. I'm just saying hi. Hi.
Bottle of Vallejo.
Bottle of
That's
Vallejo.
awesome. Well, I mean, the other thing is, though, that I like personally, I find that any open top bottles will dry out and ruin a lot faster than an eyedropper bottle will.
Yeah.
So, if I'm not mistaken,
on the formulation,
John, isn't Vallejo a drop bottle?
It is. Vallejos are drop bottles.
So
but
I mean,
also, I think too, like I find that the P3 stuff, like these big bottles, they tend to be really thin, especially when they're new. You can tell how long they've been on the shelf for when they come out, and they almost they're so thin you don't need to water them down. And I find that's too thin for me, especially when I am working with dry brushing. I find that a lot of Reaper paints tend to be like that too. They're so well packaged. Ooh, Wargamer Viking drink lots of beer. I'm very jealous. But I think that when it comes to metallics, I like a little bit of age on. All right. Orvos is asking about. Also, Eric, I bolt gun metal was my favorite color out of the Games Workshop. Like one of my favorite metallics for sure. There is no substitute for bolt gun metal. And It breaks my heart because it was perfect for every freaking silver weapon. It drives me freaking crazy. It drives me freaking crazy. So I'm just, it breaks my heart. Wargamer Viking says P3s are great paint, especially for the metal. P3's paint line is actually made, the old Games Workshop line is made by the same company who makes the current range P3 line. So if you've got Games Workshop paints in the old line with the black lids, or the bottles that are shaped like this, it's because it was made by the same company. And so that's a thing. So I love that. I love the metallics from the Games Workshop line. I also love the metallics from the P3 line. I find that Reaper is very thin. You don't have to water them down very much. So I'm gonna have to ask you to calm down, please.
Rawr.
I think that's just a thing. But yeah, Mithril Silver. I think I still have some Mithril Silver. I think maybe what we're gonna do later on is we're gonna do a paint. Let's go through our paint drawers.
A paint drawer of shame.
Paint drawer of shame.
This pot
Coat
of
d'arms.
this,
Yeah, Viking.
Yeah.
Wargamer Viking knows the name. Coat d'arms.
This pot of paint is clearly older than my daughter.
Also, Coat d'arms just like I checked a few years ago trying to buy paint from them. They had like a shipping limit. Now they no longer have a limit to ship stuff overseas. So if you want to buy some of those old paints, which you can still get, like you can absolutely do that.
Reaper's really thin.
Reaper is really
They
thin.
are, but despite being very thin, I find that Reapers also have very good coverage. So I mean, they clearly have a lot of good pigments in theirs. Granted, I'm not familiar enough with Reapers to have gotten a bad pot of Reaper paints. Like, you know, I probably have a good 100 P3 paints. In fact, I've probably gone through just painting just painting all the scoring I've painted so far. I've already gone through 3 pots of red. I've gotten a shitty red out of it.
Yeah. Eric is like, oh, for shame, I use acrylic paints and 2 from Walmart. They are great for bases. They are great for display boards. I use acrylic paints from all sorts of places, including the tube paint, including the dollar store paint. As long as you have a good enough pigmentation. I find that sometimes those craft bottle paints have too much body for a miniature. So those are great for bases. But if you've got the acrylic paint in a tube from Walmart, that's usually an artist paint, and they don't have as much body. So they're really great. And if you use a lot of particular color, a lot of colors like whites or blacks. I use, Orvos is asking if we use acrylic or enamel.
All acrylics.
All acrylics. Man, the only thing that we do in terms of non-quote unquote acrylic would probably be our lacquers, like what we use to finish our models.
That's because the absolute best spray lacquer in the world is Tester's Dull Coat.
And it smells like cancer.
Oh my god.
I have these. I use this.
For what?
For base coating metallic stuff that we're going to be dry brushing a lot. This is a Rust-Oleum. You use something very similar to this.
On some of your Signar Jacks,
similar to Signar Jacks.
I painted one using that as a base coat, the Minuteman. Not that particular one, but something similar.
It has a slightly metallic tone to it, and if you're going to be doing a base of this stuff, this is because this is so similar to the Warp Block Bronze base. A lot of armored stuff. Spraying with something like this, if you've got a lot of armor. Let me see if I can dig it out.
No, you go for it, because I can dig out a primed black versus a primed in that. Jacks, right?
So yeah, no shame in using not hobby store paint to paint stuff. This is Rust-Oleum's Universal Metallic Paint Primer in 1. I use it for basing minis. Some of the minis, depending on how much metallic they're going to be, and jacks. It's a good way to go. If anything you can do to make your life easier and make your hobby more enjoyable, do it. Chestnut Ink or Gamer Viking misses. I hear you.
Who does not miss
Chestnut? There is nobody on this planet who has painted with Chestnut Ink who doesn't miss Chestnut Ink. I think that's part of the reason why I really love some of the Army Painter stuff. You get a very similar kind of thing to finish to it when you use it as a wash.
This one is not based because the wife never wanted to use it. And that's where you can see that I primed this with one of those copper spray paints. You can see it on the base. As for the finished product over the blue, it still went on exceptionally well. The blue went on, the yellow went on. Like, I had no problem with any of those details.
But yeah, it was
for comparison, this was primed black. Side by side, you can't tell.
Which one? But yeah, this one was the one primed in the brown. It makes it easier. If you're going to be doing dry brushing across the entire model anyways. Oh, Jeremy Whipple. Hello. If you're going to be doing dry brushing anyways, it's one of those things where whatever you do, make it easier on yourself. Make it easier on yourself, because that's kind of a big deal. Let's see here.
Cat.
Oh, cat. Why don't you make a spot for them? Because they're just wandering around the room, Nathan. They're just... My cats are, like, everywhere right now, and I was holding one earlier because he was just, like, wrecking stuff over there. Jeremy's asking if we've ever tried Splendor. A friend came over with it, and we got stuck playing Galaxy Trucker. We need to play Splendor. I'm probably going to try to pick it up soon.
I played Splendor once, and everybody hated me because all I decided to do was hoard all of the resources.
Oh, yeah.
So they couldn't build things.
You're a jerk. You play Splendor like a jerk.
And then I was losing the game for most of it, but because I had such a stranglehold on resources, when I decided to start spending, I was able to go from like last to first, and then I finished second. But
Yeah. So yeah. Splendor, there you go. So Nathan has Wargamer Viking. I really need to have my Wargaming Sleeping Beauty sleep. Thanks for dropping by, Wargamer Viking. A whole bunch of people have come into the chat since the number has changed somewhat significantly. I want to say hello and welcome. If you haven't said hello in the chat, say hello in the chat. I will say hello to you back. I wanted to mention that we are doing this stream for Extra Life. We're hoping to raise money for sick kids in hospitals so that they can stop being sick because being sick sucks.
Your turn. I just assumed it was mine and went. There could be two of mine back to back.
Nah, who knows? It's not like it's cheating if you can't actually make any sort of thing off of it.
All right, we'll stop the stream. We'll play it back. We'll figure out whose turn it is. Then we'll start the stream again, right?
Yeah.
Or I'll just take another turn potentially.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go here. We'll go that way.
All right.
So because we're raising money for the Children's Miracle Network Hospital, specifically the Stollery Children's Hospital up in Edmonton.
Taking up that chaperone.
We're always wanting to
So before you go.
Chaperone. Meh. Because we wanted to do this, if you are able to donate, please do. We are doing raffles and draws throughout the evening. I've got prizes from all sorts of individuals and companies. If you go to the link in the video description here, you will be able to see how what kinds of stuff are available from what companies. Basically, I'm going to draw names as we go. I'm also giving away signed copies of my book. So not only are you able to get a signed copy, it's also a signed and annotated copy. These are special versions of the signed books that I'm doing specifically for Extra Life, where I'm actually writing in the margins, leaving little notes as to what I've been doing and what was going on when I wrote this story, or who, how my editor told me I needed to take all the swearing out of this section, even though it's totally pertinent, or the story that I left out of this section because my editor didn't like it. That's the sort of stuff that's going to be in the margins. So yeah, that's kind of the special thing past that that I will be doing in those books. You can those books are available on the Extra Life page, and I'll also be drawing for those as well.
Fucked.
Ooh, princess.
All right,
that's 4.
I'm down to 3. And I'm dead.
No.
Reduce all damage by 2. So I'm down to 5, and I'm dead. I mean, and then that would have been 1, and then that would have been 0, 1. Oh, the werewolf.
I win the game, by the way. Oh, Eric, that's super awesome. You work in a hospital with infant parents. I think that's one of those things where, especially children's hospitals, like we have stories of having gone to children's hospitals as a youngster. We've taken our child to children's hospital, but the Stollery Children's Hospital is actually special to us. People who've been hanging around in the chat already know this, but Lang's podcasting partner, Nathan's podcasting partner, Lang, and our kind of the best man at our wedding. He had a daughter who was taken care of at the Stollery because she was born extremely premature. And so people who work in hospitals, anything we can do to help support kids that way. Hello. I think we're gonna take a quick
bio
break.
And alcohol break.
Yeah, we're gonna get some alcohol. What we're gonna do is I am going to pull out all of our drawers of paint because I think the paint conversation was kind of crazy. And we're gonna go through our paints and maybe see what people find in here. I'm gonna throw them all on the desk, and we are going to talk about our favorites, talk about our worsts, talk about why we still have jars. Maybe we'll be tossing jars out as we go. Paint tour. So yeah, I'm gonna give a note here. If you guys throw stuff in the comments. We will be responding to those right away. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. 10-minute break.
We can barely bang out a quickie in that. I said barely, not that we can't.
We can't. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So bio break would actually be the right term, right?
Yes, yes, it would be.
Yeah. Oh, Orvos is asking what our favorite mixed drink is. We're gonna come back. We'll talk about that. Orvos, we will definitely be talking about that. And I don't know. I'm really looking forward. I'm so glad you guys are actually just hanging out with us. Thank you for doing that. Spread the word if you know people who might be interested in donating to a good cause or hanging out and chatting with us. Tell people about it. We're gonna be back really soon. In 10 minutes. So we'll do a paint purge. So let us know what sorts of stuff you guys are doing, and what GW is going to be selling new pigments at. We're going to talk about that. Ah, man, I don't know what we're going to do with GW and their new pigments and the sorts of things that they'll be doing. Let's see here. I'm going to set that right here. Maybe here. Maybe here. I don't even know if that's legible. Go like that. All right, we will be right back. I think we're back. Hello, everybody. We're back, and I'm gonna start pulling jars out once I can make some drink for myself. So there was a couple questions about painting in.
You should write loading. Nice.
Yeah, I should. Hey. Or Rose was asking about painting faces versus cloth. You want to tackle that one while I go get some jars full of embarrassing?
Sure. Honestly, I find the techniques that you use for faces and cloths are the same. And I mean them. And this isn't an ironic thing, at least for me. The only real difference for me is with cloth, I will usually add in a wash layer that I don't typically do on skin. The best way that I find whenever you're painting something like cloth or flesh, at least this is my technique. I'm not going to say the best way, but the technique that I've used that has, in my opinion, the best outcome. Specifically because, again, like this is after thousands of painted models. The way that my technique works is I will basically just kind of pick two colors and then start layering them up by mixing them. So when I do skin on my Scorn, for example, and I can pull out one of them.
I'm going to preface this before we go any further.
By saying that we have serious problems?
We have serious problems. I think I have two or three more drawers, like just like this.
Just like that one.
I think we have paint in a case still. Oh no, I think we might have been.
So
here.
When it comes to skin, the way that I do it is I will get my deepest, darkest, lowest level. So I mean, I used to try doing washes on skins, but then I was never really happy with how that worked out. I will start with that lowest color of flesh, and I'll paint that, and then I'll pick out the eyes, because that way if you fuck them up, and trust me, painting eyes, you will fuck them up. It's a lot easier to just take that lowest level base coat again and touch up around them, get the shape correct. After that, I usually have a very, very, very bright flesh as well. And I literally just start mixing them in and trying to layer them that way. So my first highlight will usually be about the 50% point between the two of them. Yeah, she's just going to keep going. Do highlights there, pick it out. And then depending on the size of it, on a model like this size, just sort of an infantry model.
Yeah.
I'll only do one more layer and just not the brightest level. I'll mix in just a smidge to darken it up and kind of marry the tones together. And then I'll pick out the highest level, details, brow bones, tip of nose, knuckles on hands, things of that nature. If it is a much bigger model that has bigger, fleshier, just, like I said, bigger. So if we're talking something like my War Machine Mammoth, something like a Gargantuan where you have it super big, I'm going to do a lot more than just one additional layer on that. I'm probably going to do 2 or 3 additional, kind of just layering up those highlights. Leave them, for me, my rule is 50%. So if I'm going to just do a bicep, for example, I'll have my base color skin, and then I'll leave in the darkest nooks and crannies, but I'll paint a layer that's, again, kind of that 50% mark, go up there. If I'm going to cover it like this, then leaving some of that, I'll do a lighter tone and a lighter tone until eventually I'm at the point where I'm just kind of doing an edge highlight.
Yeah.
On a very, very large model like that, I will then make a wash out of the base color skin. And so take that skin tone and water it down to the fact point where it's almost transparent when you pull it, like that much water, I'm going to wash that over because I find that kind of smooths together all of the highlights. When I'm doing cloth, it's very much the same idea. I will usually start with my like my darkest color of cloth, but then I'll start with a usually strong tone wash. Depending on the shade, though, you might, like if you're going for something like a beige, you don't want to do strong tone because it's too dark. It's going to look too bad. So I'll do a wash in order to let it settle into the folds and the creases really nice and deep. And then what I'll usually do is take that first coat and treat that as if it's my first highlight layer over top of the wash.
Mm-hmm.
And that way the folds and creases are darker, everything else starts getting layered up, and then I start doing that mix again, that one plus my highest level highlight, start mixing them together until it really starts to look nice and natural. And yeah, that's skin and cloth. I find the techniques for both of them, at least for me, similar. Are very, very similar.
We do a little more freehanding on cloth now because we can. I think part of it is, so I took this freehanding class by Jessica Rich. If you get a chance to learn from Jessica Rich or at a convention or something like that, her freehanding class is amazing. It is life-changingly amazing. I really cannot describe just how good it is, how much I absolutely adore it. Because it is so
we lost the chat.
Oh, we lost the chat. There you go.
There you go. No.
Oh, Andy D20 has to go to work tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by, Andy. I think that if you have a chance to learn from her, it changed my life. And then I showed Nathan the techniques when I got back from that convention, and he has been freehanding like everything he can get his hands on in terms of his scorn. His scorn have freehanding like crazy. I've been practicing my freehanding on my Zombicide models, which is like one of the reasons why I talked about why I like love painting them. It gives me a chance to like practice stuff and not feel bad about messing it up. If you're wondering what the heck I'm doing right now, I'm cutting up strips of paper because I'm gonna write names of raffle stuff in as Nathan goes through our paint stuff. This is like half of what we've got. We're gonna go through. Yeah, this is only half. I've got 2 more drawers.
Well done.
Although one of the drawers is like just stuff. We did a pretty good purge. I feel like we've done a good purge. There are paints over here as well that we've also used.
Yeah, those were ones that Steve was using when he was painting his circle.
Oh, there we go. So
still super common colors that we did.
Yeah.
That we've used recently.
Yeah, so basically that's kind of what we do in terms of like cloth and faces. I did a tutorial, like I did a hangout with Oasis Rising, Michelle, who is amazing. If you get a chance to check out her channel, it's Oasis Rising on YouTube. Definitely check out her stuff. You can find that old video. It's from about 2 years ago, where she described how she does faces. And she is an award-winning painter. She's got crystal brushes. So she was a great person to learn from. It was really awesome hanging with her. I want to do that again soon. But anyways, she described just how easy it was and how it's okay to mess up. How she does the highlights on the faces. She does a lot of older paints, but like you can find very comparable tones easily now as well. So you can definitely do that. So yeah, that's kind of, if you're interested in finding out how to do that, I have a feeling we're gonna do more kind of tutorial-y stuff soon because we're painting a lot more. After we moved, we found all of a sudden moving to a very small kind of place as opposed to living to a larger metropolitan city. We don't spend as much time doing things like
I was going to say 1/7 the population.
1/7 the population, tiny. We don't spend much time in driving or in traffic or doing all that crazy stuff that we tend to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, in Calgary does not have bad traffic like Toronto or Vancouver have bad traffic, but they do have traffic. Like it's one
traffic
of the things that
you have to factor into your commute or whatever.
Just take for granted. I mean, we used to drive our daughter to school in the morning and pick her up at the end of the day simply because we were just outside the busing range, and so our kid would have been the first one on the bus, and I think that meant that like for their bullshit 8:20 a.m. first bell, she had to be there at like 7 in the morning for her to wait for her bus.
Ugh. Not okay.
And not okay
That's
for
not
like a 6-year-old.
Not okay.
So we just decided to drive her because we could leave at 5 to 8 as opposed to having her there at 7 o'clock. Like that's the difference was an hour. So we would do that. We both work from home. So, you know, we'd always have like drop her off, drive back home to start our days. That alone, despite it being relatively close, was about 45 minutes in the morning and then again in the afternoon. So, I mean, that right there is an hour and a half every single day that we would spend driving just to take our kid to and from school, which was outrageous.
Bananas. It's
just
bananas.
Absolutely bananas. Compare that to now, where because the city is
so
is so much smaller, our daughter takes the bus because now she has to be at the bus stop for 8:30, and we pick her up at 4. You know, from the bus stop, which is just so much better in terms of timing for her. So now instead of an hour and a half a day commuting, it's 10 minutes of walking. So that's boom, an hour and 20 minutes we got back. And that's assuming we never went out ever anywhere else to buy groceries or maybe go to a game store to pick up paints. Like everything there was like a 45 minutes minimum, if not 40 minutes each way.
Everything in this tiny town is 10 minutes away. It's like, it's kind of crazy. Sunny, Vancouver traffic sucks, but Toronto traffic is right. Yes, that is the truth. So I went, Nathan was playing the steamroller a couple weeks back. I decided to take the weekend off, spend it with my kid, and we went to the Asian Mall in Markham. So the steamroller was in Bradford. We went to Markham. It's just on the other side of Toronto.
So you didn't even have to go into Toronto. You just had to stay on the expressways and go around Toronto.
On a Saturday. And I was not emotionally prepared for the traffic. I don't think anyone is really emotionally prepared for Toronto traffic, to be perfectly honest with you. And that was crazy. So, I absolutely agree. That Toronto traffic is terrifying. I've lived it, and it was horrible, and it's crazy. People are going way too fast.
There's like a million lanes because like the thing with Vancouver that sucks about it is no one can afford to live in Vancouver proper, so everyone just kind of lives further and further and further away.
Yeah.
For some reason, despite the population and despite all of the people that need to commute into Vancouver, the Trans-Canada Highway, which is literally the only road that is getting you there, is 2 lanes. So you have a million people getting onto a 2-lane highway. It's terrible.
Horrifying.
There are so many cars all the time.
Horrifying.
So yes, Vancouver traffic does suck just getting into Vancouver.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get into a lot of the bigger cities, all of a sudden that road widens out, but then it narrows down when you have a bridge because there's so many waterways it has to cross as because it's the Fraser River is dumping out. Vancouver's right off the ocean. So like I said, it's this fucking seesaw accordion of 2 lanes. Up to 4 lanes, down to 2 lanes, cross the bridge, back up to 4 lanes. And you're like, ugh,
it's just
Vancouver.
not worth it. There is nothing that feels worth it. Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, so like I said, we don't drive anymore. We have a ton more time, and we're painting just so much more. That is your daughter's. I don't know why it's here.
Whatever. We probably packed it because we had to.
It's ours now.
It's ours now, and I'm writing raffle names. So if you want to get in on the raffle, now's the time to donate, and we will get your name in. This is gonna be for the first draw. The person who gets drawn first gets first pick. There's a list of prizes on the Extra Life page thing that is linked in the YouTube description, but you'll actually get a full specific list of stuff when you get emailed. And basically, I'm just gonna go down the list of people I've drawn over the course of the evening. And the further down you go as stuff gets picked, you'll get reached out to, and that's the sort of stuff that's going to happen. Let's see here. So I'm going to start writing names down as we go. Nathan, you're going to start going through paint and talking about the paints we have. Oh, black.
Old school fiery orange.
Is it good?
You could resurrect it, but if you didn't want to resurrect it, then it would be garbage.
It's fine. I like it. It's fine. Listen, oranges are still hard to find now. I find that
Really?
Yeah, what oranges are you using out of the P3 line? There isn't that much.
Kato Red Highlight, but then again, I'm using it to mix in with reds
Yeah.
to highlight. I can't remember the last time I painted something orange.
Yeah.
And even if I was going to, don't some of your watercolors have beautiful,
the watercolors have
oranges?
I haven't gotten a chance to really go through them. So
Okay,
so let's start with this stuff because it's all keep.
and it's all brand new keep,
I
super fun to
have
paint with.
all these bottles of watercolors. This is kind of a newer brand that came out. I still have yet to use enough of them to get a really good impression. I've painted some zombies with them because I wanted to see how they paint. Some Rum and Bones. And yeah, and I like them. I do.
Yeah.
I like the botter. So the opaques, the highly opaque brand, they're kind of thin, so you don't need to water them down. But you can actually hear there is a little ball inside of it that's got a shaker in there. Oh, we're losing some viewers to roller derby, which is fine. No judgment or anything. Don't you dare spoil the results of Texas Rat.
Oh, I can pretty much guarantee you that Texas wins, but will it be as interesting a start as Montreal Angel City was?
Oh,
that's more the question. Is
yeah.
How interesting is the start, and then can teams adapt quickly? Anyway.
Yeah. So anyways, I've got a whole bunch of these watercolor paints. I've got some of the transparents. I like them a lot. I'm keeping all of them. They're all beautiful. They're brand new. If you have a chance to try them,
yeah,
let me know what you think. I like them a lot. So far, the stuff I've used, the metallics are a little bit thin. That's my only kind of observation at this point, is the metallics are a little thin. I kind of wish I got a brighter metallic so I could do edge highlighting with, because it's so thin. It would be perfect for that. But in terms of what I have otherwise, I really like them. The range is beautiful. They have pinks. Like,
yeah,
since Games Workshop stopped making pinks, it's hard to find pinks. But they have
really
these
nice
like
pinks.
really nice pinks.
And I use them.
Like,
so for me again, I've been painting Scorn. The last model that I painted was Despoiler. The model itself has some lanterns on it, and in the fluff, those are lanterns pulling in, energy and spirits from the other side, like dead things. So I intentionally wanted them to be really bright and really unnatural. I used some more colors for those. Unfortunately, again, because we're just talking about like the inside of lanterns, on like you can see how small they are. Yeah. You can see how small they are. What I used, I am very, very happy with. I'm happy with the colors. I was happy with the coverage, but they're so small that it didn't. Again, I'm kind of in the same boat. What I have used so far, I feel very positive about, but I haven't used enough to say definitively everything about this brand is great, or hey, maybe get this line of like the very opaque, or
I've got a good mix.
I just don't know
of them
yet.
So far. What I do like is there is a color in here that I was so excited to see. It is Ochre 1. Ochre 1 is the color of rotting flesh.
It really does look like old rotting flesh.
Old rotting flesh. And I love rotting flesh the way that some people love chestnut ink. And that means a lot, because chestnut ink was beloved by a lot of people. Rotting flesh was the color I would use to highlight a lot of the blue base.
Well, yeah, okay. So the thing with rotting flesh is rotting flesh as an individual color that you would ever paint on something is terrible. Yeah. And it wasn't even like a good zombie flesh. So I mean, like, it was called rotting flesh, but it wasn't really good at that. However, when it came down to it, when you were painting with all of those old Games Workshop ranges, you had 3 options to say, take your base color and start mixing in something brighter for how you wanted it to look. If you went white, it would end up looking a little more on the neon kind of fluorescent, fluorescent, side of things as you mixed it in. And eventually, if you mixed in too much white, you end up washing everything out. Alternatively, I found that mixing in bleached bone was similar to white, only it would be a little warmer, a little more natural, and it was harder to wash a color out when you mixed in a lot of it. Rotting flesh was beautiful because it mixed the same way as bleached bone, but because it had that green undertone to it, which the bleached bone didn't have, it could actually change hues. So for example, back in the day, if you will remember, Games Workshop had the worst purple line imaginable. You had Warlock Purple, which was a magenta. You had Lich Purple. The end. There was nothing else.
Technically, you had that Imperial Blue that was purple.
Listen, Imperial Purple was really old. It was discontinued like 12 years ago. And that was just a darker Lich Purple. When you wanted to highlight it, when you mixed rotting flesh into Lich Purple, you got these beautiful lilac tones. And so when you wanted to go in like that, and to give you an idea of how much lilac tones are kind of in demand, the current Games Workshop range has lilac tones. Has multiples that you can highlight up. You used to be able to do that with rotting flesh. I know that you would always paint everything scaly green because you loved it.
I love scaly
You would
green.
mix rotting flesh in because it had that green undertone, and it would just bring it all up.
If you mix bleach bone into it, it got too yellow. It got too yellow for me, and I didn't like that. So I was fortunate enough to get my hands on some other stuff, which was rotting flesh, and rotting flesh is a great color. So, what are you throwing away gas for?
I'm just throwing away Vallejos because we literally never paint.
I always use black. That's a black. It's decent for mixing. Good for stuff. Fine.
What is the Abaddon black or the Thamar black that we have not good enough for you?
It's in a dropper bottle. It will never go bad. So if we ever need a black because we're out and it's like 11 o'clock at night because we don't paint at like super late at night, you guys are getting a free show of watching us fight over what it looks like when we purge stuff.
No. See, this
is a microcosm of what moving was like, by the way.
This is a microcosm of moving because Nathan defers to, fuck it, I'm going to throw it away. If we needed it real bad, we can rebuy it.
Nobody sells Vallejos here.
Terry defers to, let's just keep it all because you never know when you might possibly need it.
You never know.
I did a lot of my purging while she slept. True story.
Thanks.
Microcosm into our move.
Oh my god.
Okay, so I'm gonna just give you all of these Reapers because
I love all the Reapers.
Yeah, basically, whenever Terry could find a Reaper paint, regardless of whether it was a sensical hue, like look, she will never.
I love orange.
She will never use a peach. That is like Hillary Clinton pantsuit peach. That is not a fucking orange.
You never know. And I did use this. This was the orange I used on my I used it as a wash on my Malifaux. So all of my Reaper paints, they've already touched my Malifaux models. So you cannot tell me I've never used them. I totally have.
I'm not fine.
Yeah. Now you're like, meh. So
two half pots of salvageable elf flesh. Elf flesh is a keep.
Elf flesh is a keep. Always keep.
Because that is
always.
Again, like Bolt Gun Metal, elf flesh is the best flesh color paint you can buy.
Matte black beginning, middle, and end. Ooh. Okay, I like that. See, Eric agrees with me. Eric agrees with me.
Matte black.
Eric agrees with me. Come on.
No. Hey, listen, do I need to go
pressure him to tell him to keep the paints?
Do you need me to start going into all of the inks that you bought when Games Workshop discontinued inks that you've never used?
Shut up. I love those inks. Do not let you.
All right.
There's a black market for those inks.
This has been our paint purge. Terry, just go put them all back because you're not going to be okay with losing any of them.
No, maybe we can rinse all the bottle.
Listen.
Okay, just go through the paint.
No. I'm going to go through the inks to show that you have a problem.
I don't have a problem. I have a
red ink?
Wonderful collection of inks.
Red ink?
I have an enviably sized
Red ink.
collection
Red ink.
of inks.
Oh, magenta. It looked red, so I was going to say it. Yellow ink. More yellow ink. Even more yellow ink.
You can't shame me out of my love.
Magenta ink. Another red ink.
Magenta ink is useful. You know it. I know it. We both know it.
Black
useful.
ink. I can't remember the last time you've used that.
Shut up. Shut up. La, la, la,
Flesh
la.
wash.
Flesh wash is good. Hey, I've used flesh
Purple
wash
ink.
recently.
You have
You
not.
mix the purple ink with
Red ink.
with the chestnut ink, or you layer it, and it looks lovely
Red
on
ink.
red.
We're up to 7. Purple ink. That's 2 there. Black ink. Another 2. Which is funny because you only use soft body black, and you will literally never use
I
another
love
black
soft
ink
body. Okay,
for
fine.
as long as you live. 3 black inks.
You can throw away the black ink.
Really, that's where we got here. Of the 7 red, 3 yellow, 3 black, 1 flesh wash, 2 purple, and 2 magenta, I can throw away the black. You have not painted with an ink
I have.
in, I would guess, 5 years. Because you got all that red ink for the Blood Angels army that you literally never made. You condense. Pop the bubbles. Don't blow on them unless you want magenta ink everywhere.
I'm gonna do this. This is happening, people. That is a lot of red ink. Thanks, Eric. Thanks for helping. Thanks for helping, man.
Can we?
Not helping. Not
Listen.
helping.
My question is, what does she have more of, red ink or scaly green?
Oh, shut up.
Scaly green.
Scaly green is a beautiful color, and it is
Scaly
my. I used scaly green on my
green.
Malifaux models.
Scaly green.
Misaki is painted in scaly green, and you know I would drink that stuff if I could.
Scaly
It's
green.
amazing. It is amazing.
Scaly green.
I'm not gonna let you.
Scaly
You
green.
cannot diss the scaly green,
Scaly
Nathan.
green. No, but here's the thing. These are black pots. How many of those are still salvageable? How many of those? Hey, and now everyone found out why you never meant pro in basketball.
Also, because I'm 4'8".
Right? 4'8" is not a basketball player's height.
It's not a basketball player's height. Green, good for orcs, right? See? Actually, it's just a beautiful color.
I was gonna say
So
not
pretty.
that shade of
There
green.
is no green like this out there right now, and it is so beautiful.
No,
I'm
listen,
so
you
happy
are
about
100% correct. I do know that scaly green is a very unique shade of
it. It's
green.
unique.
And
Makes me
there
happy.
really is nothing like it.
And if I want to paint Christmas anything, I've got enough red ink and enough scaly green to do that dream. That dream. It's not too much. It's prepared. TG. Yeah.
But again, that doesn't answer my question, Terry, of how many of those 8 scaly greens are usable.
Okay, I will go through them and I will salvage them. I will
Okay.
salvage them. I'll go through them all.
These 3 Warlock purples I'm throwing away because we have the war
the
colors
colors
now. War colors. I think they're better.
They're so pretty though. They look pretty in pictures. Like,
Okay,
oh my
Warlock
God,
purple
how
looks pretty
beautiful.
in pictures, but Warlock purple to
It's
paint,
horrible.
because I have painted with it, is a shit color that has no coverage. You have to make like 4 or 5
You
coats
can throw that purple
just to
ink
get it.
away. It's not going to open. You're welcome. See?
Woo!
I'm doing it okay. I do have like 5 shades of brown.
No, listen. Don't talk to me about shades of brown paint because I probably have all of them. But you know, at least when it comes to something like that, like for me, it's the single color hoarding that I'm pointing out
Don't point out the scaly green then.
is a
The red ink
little
is beautiful,
silly.
and I love. Like, there's nothing that makes reds look as rich and as deep and as. There's just something
Wow,
really
do you want
beautiful.
a pot of red gore plastic? Because there is
Toss
no
that shit.
paint in
Oh my
that.
God, red gore plastic. Plus,
Ooh, Kayla
Scorn
Randall's
red
saying
is
that.
beautiful. Scorn
Scorn
red is so beautiful.
I love it.
Like,
Love it
I'm
to
gonna be
death.
honest. I have a soft spot for Scorn.
Ooh, moldy
Scorn
ochre and Cygnus yellow.
Moldy. Oh, okay, so the P3 paints that we have in here are beautiful. Those are recent purchases. I love them all.
I'm trying to fit too many.
One
paints
of
in
the
my head.
reasons why we have so many Games Workshop paints, though, is I think we bought like 2 or 3 over over the course of our lifetime, how many like full paint sets have we bought?
We bought 2, which obviously will give us 1 of every color. Now, all of those were purchased post-ink, so we never once got a whole ink set. I know that you have Scaly Green because once you found out that they were discontinuing
I started hoarding it.
you bought an entire Games Workshop box, which meant 6 paints.
I did, and I already had like 2 in the thing, in the bunker. But I love that color. It is just such a beautiful color.
Would you paint with gloss varnish?
It's good for like little touches.
Fine.
It's good for little touches, and it's good for little touches.
Oh, we have 2 of them apparently.
Do we?
No.
One of them is dry.
We have one of them.
One of them is dry like a.
Oh, 2 commando khakis.
Okay. Before we go on a little bit further, the commando khakis. We were hoarding those. That was a European purchase. Okay?
I have multiple commando khakis because from the era where these bottles were a thing, I painted an entire army in commando khaki, which is like the biggest mistake I've ever made when it comes to army paint schemes. My God, they looked fantastic when they were done. But when your base color and predominant color requires 3 solid coats over white or black primer, it actually didn't matter because it couldn't cover white primer. That's how bad that color was.
Oh my gosh.
You're setting yourself up for failure. Iosine green? What the hell do we have a P3 green? See, I don't paint in greens.
This was a green that I used on my Malifaux girls. This was one of the highlight colors.
Mr. Khaki.
Oh, that's 3 bottles of commando khaki. I'm just saying.
Oh my God, you're right. That is not even half a scaly green if we're going to use that as our unit of measure.
A unit of measure.
Ooh, scorpion green. That is crap.
Scorpion green. Scorpion
Well, again,
green.
we have the war colors.
No, but like the war colors. Like one of the reasons why I love the war colors is they have these colors that resemble those greens. These are them. Okay, Nathan is fangirling over a particular set of paints we found at the art store.
All right.
We're going to talk a little bit about it because I think that's worth it.
These are beautiful, and I am so fucking excited to use them. Now, these paints.
These are golden interference colors. It's hard to see with the camera, but they have a sheen to them. They come off clear. Let me see if I can get this closer to the
with how the lights are,
no, it's working.
Struggle. Okay.
There you go.
So basically, they're
this is the pink color on it right now.
Yeah, they're mostly clear. And they're gonna go on mostly clear. In theory, this is why I'm excited for them because I haven't had a chance to paint with them yet. But when I saw them in the art store, I needed to own them.
Scene. This one is the green. This one is the purple. I don't think with the lights you can catch it, but these are amazing. I saw how beautiful they're. Blue. Oh, Killicans. KG loves Killicans.
No. He keeps empty pots, and that's what I was like, legit.
Yeah, legit. That's legit. See, it's like adding to your bits box. These golden fluids are so pretty. I have so many.
So the color that you described as baby poo.
Yeah, camo. Have you ever used that paint? I have never used that paint.
I have used camo green once in my life on a Games Workshop store project because I was told I had to.
Yeah. It's not quite fluorescent paint, Eric. It's like an interference paint, so it actually goes on quite clear, and it doesn't glow as much as it. I want to say sparkle.
Okay.
It doesn't really have a glitter.
Listen.
It's no,
stop.
But it's shimmery.
When you are looking at a beetle in the sunlight, you know how the sun catches their carapace and it kind of reflects back in specific colors.
Yeah.
That's how these paints are supposed to work. So basically, you will paint the undercolor of whatever it is that you're painting. And then when you put these interference paints on, they are designed to only reflect that particular hue of light. And so this is why I'm actually very excited to try them. I initially got them thinking of doing Alpha Legion pre-heresy because they have that kind of bluish green, you know, kind of changes depending on the light. And I thought you could have a lot of fun painting them like that. Since getting into a 30K army is something that I'll probably never ever do.
Not at this stage of the game.
Yeah, just not at this stage of my life.
Yeah.
We ended up looking at it, and they kind of took a back seat, even though I've wanted to play with them forever.
Mm-hmm.
But Scorn have beasts that are insects. So what I'm looking at doing with them is making them into, like, using them on the carapaces to kind of get that same kind of beetle-y scarab look, and finish to the back of the carapace where, depending on the light, they will reflect and sheen in certain ways on the carapace. I'm not going to do live tests on those models.
Yeah.
I have some crappy models I don't care about that I'm going to try them out on first and figure out just how to apply them, how much highlighting do I have to do on the bottom color, like things of that nature. But oh my God, I am so excited to try these paints because I think that you can get some very interesting organic looks to them. Like, truthfully, if I knew about these before I had done a Tyranid army and painted like 200 gaunts, I would have had all of the carapace using interference paints like this, so that way they would sheen and reflect. I'm
planning to throw that on this others model here just to see how it looks really, really beautifully. And using the different interference paints along with some wet blending to kind of get this really muddled, ethereal look. And we'll see how it goes. I think that there's something really interesting and really unique about those paints that you just don't find in the hobby store. And I think that's one of the things that's kind of a common theme.
Do you want to salvage chainmail? It's salvageable. Like it's very salvageable.
I like it for dry brushing. Yeah, I'll keep it. That's a keep.
Have you ever painted with tanned flesh?
I have. I use it for. I've used it on my horses.
You want to salvage that, or hope we have another one?
No, toss it. I'm not worth salvaging.
Ooh, terracotta.
Eric, I'm wondering if I should put money into Deep Madness board game before board game Kickstarter. Okay, I'm the wrong person to be talking about Kickstarters because I try to support my friendly local gaming store because I spend a lot of time there. I like having a place to go when I need paints and I don't have to order them online. I like being able to look at stuff. I like being able to talk to the staff who are generally more knowledgeable than I am about the games that are coming out. They get a chance to play them and know them and know what I like about certain games so they can make smart and interesting recommendations. I also wanted to say hi to the Swedish Dr. Plastic. Hello, good morning to you, sir. But in terms of Kickstarters, if it's a Kickstarter that you're interested in, buy it. Don't buy it thinking about the game if it's got minis in it. Because if you're buying it for the minis, make sure you like the look of the minis because it might be a while before you're going to get them done. And if you want to paint them or do stuff with them, make sure you like the look of the minis. And make sure that they actually have casts of the minis. Oh, toss. Make sure they have casts of the minis. I cannot emphasize that. Oh, opening all these bottles is making me sad. That's a toss.
That was even worse. Oh, maybe. You look on the inside. That might be salvageable, but it looks harder. That you can save.
Oh, that looks hard.
This is dead.
These are gone.
Well, yes, Terry. They discontinued Scaly Green before your daughter was conceived. And so these are really old. Because you also didn't do the regular, like, yearly maintenance to make sure that they were flowing. You literally just threw them in a drawer.
Toss them all. I'll say goodbye to them.
Amazing.
Say goodbye to my Scaly Green. Oh.
At least inks can't dry out.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. That's the only saving grace right now.
So now we still have far too many inks.
Oh, Kitty's watching. We love your faces too, Kitty. I can't believe you're watching us and not watching Rat Texas, but
split screen.
That's a thing, I guess. That's a thing. We can announce the game without watching it over and over and over again. Just make stuff up.
Whoa, Smarty Pants, great jam.
Great jam for her, huh? Smarty Pants. Eric, I did one for Dark Souls. I'm gonna have some fun next year. You know, that's the thing is, okay, so Sunny asked about simple fire effect. I did a reverse kind of fire effect for my Shen model for Malifaux. Super, super easy. I primed in bone, painted red on kind of like the tips, and then I washed it with yellow ink. And it worked beautifully.
Didn't you do a soft body black after that into the cracks?
No, I think I did an orange wash.
Maybe something like that.
I did something. It's there.
But you made a video tutorial on it.
Yeah, there is a video tutorial on it if you look for it. Oh, I'm gonna make everyone on the feet jealous. What do we got there, everybody? Should we toss it?
Yeah, I think so.
I think people are just gonna.
I do not believe that there is any value in chestnutting. Not current.
What is it?
No, that is current.
His Love Flesh. Is it good?
It's still good in the pot, but it's totally just fine. Again, I
use a lot of fleshes. I use a lot of fleshes for horses, and I use them to highlight browns. I like some of the rosy tones.
See, that's the thing is I don't use fleshes to highlight.
And here's the thing. Griffon Sepia, do you need this much?
Well, you know, that could be a quarter of one model. Well, that's burnished pot.
Burnished pot. Wow, this is brutal.
So this is what happens when you buy lots of paint.
When you buy lots of paint.
And then don't care for them and just put them in drawers.
But we don't use them. Like, I think that it is very Marie Kondo of us right now. We are like, we are letting go of things do not bring us joy because we're obviously not thinking that stuff. What is it? Dark flesh.
Don't take that away from me.
Hey, I can probably resurrect it.
Please.
Okay. Now's the time to be talking about resurrecting paints. I'll do my technique once we've done the purge, but this is in the resurrect pile.
Do you ever use Citadel washes? Because I can say that I will never use them ever again in my life.
I will never use a Citadel wash in my life. I don't think that it's...
They're very good. All right, listen, I'm not going to say I have a moldy ochre problem because I used it as a primary color on the 40 bloodletters that I painted and that bloodthirster. But I got like 3 pots all on the go. Like they're all open. That's what I'm like, okay. I guess I must have kept losing that. All right, so I've decided that old Citadel foundation paints, which were fantastic to use, and I love painting with them. Open that and you tell me. That has been every one I've opened.
No, that's normal for them. They separate funny.
But what I'm finding is the black stuff that is separated has separated fine because it's kind of an oil container. Because foundation paints were always more latex painty. Okay.
They separate funny.
I've only thrown away the Hormigaunt purple, which
Camry brown is a good stone color too if you're doing like houses and stuff. Matte medium.
But anyway, I only threw away Hormigaunt purple, which as a color is like camo green, something no one has ever used.
So I got all of these war paint zombicide sets. I really like them. I do.
This is literally an empty pot. This isn't even like, look, it dried. This is an empty pot.
Still missed.
0 for 2.
This is Camry brown. We're keeping?
Camry's a good color.
Okay, are you loading the keeps into somewhere?
No.
No. Why would I?
Because I'm still not convinced that these are...
How many bottles of accelerants do we have?
A lot, because usually we don't bring glue to tournaments, and then we buy glue and accelerant.
That's right. Okay. We should keep a bottle of accelerant in every freaking army case. That's a thing.
So even if
Aaron, I've got Barbarian Flesh, Monster Brown, Bone, and Tanned. Barbarian Flesh, is that P3 or is that old?
That's old.
I've seen... Who have I seen that's had Barbarian Flesh in their range? Like, it's called Barbarian Flesh. And I'm like, bar, because in my head, I can think about it as the Greek, like, reference
definition of barbarian.
The Greek definition of barbarian, which is Anyone who does not speak Greek.
Because every other language that isn't Greek just sounded like a bunch
Bar,
of people
bar,
saying
bar,
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 bar.
bar,
That's
bar.
literally
Greeks
it.
are super racist. Ancient Greeks.
Ancient Greeks.
I realized, like, in my mind, I was thinking ancient Greeks, but then I realized that might come off wrong. And we don't want to, pick a fight with a country that isn't directly north of us.
Army. Oh. Army Painter has the that is. No, Army Painter does have a barbarian flesh. I do. So I got the whole war paint set, and I've got a few washes out of them. It's lovely. I like them a lot.
Pretty much that tray.
I got a bottle of magic coat
So these
for
are all
styrofoam too, and I love this
So
stuff.
these are all keeps?
They're all keeps. I don't know about that interference yellow. This.
Yeah, I have no idea where it came from. Because it's not an interference.
I think that was
it's literally. I think you got it for terrain?
No, I got it because I didn't have a yellow ink. Because I don't have any yellow ink anymore.
Really? You don't have a yellow ink anymore?
Not a bright yellow ink. We're just gonna shh. Okay, we have zombie shader here, and I got so little of it now. It's kind of depressing. This is so sad. Look at how little. Look how much I have used of this stuff. It's down
How many
here
zombies
now.
you painted?
I paint a lot.
See,
of
what's
zombies.
funny is we have Zombicide Black Plague as a possible play. You have painted literally none of these zombies. We have almost a fully painted zombie side. We've actually
we do.
have painted 0 heroes of actual.
Are you gonna use the silver
Zombicide.
washes? I thought you were gonna throw those.
Oh yeah.
As we're in blue, Tossed, Reaper paint, Dragon Red. Yeah. I have this Tamiya Weathering Master. I don't know if I'm ever going to use it again. I honestly
No,
don't.
you bought it because you're like, I think it's a makeup compact. Then you opened it and you're like, it's a makeup compact.
No, it's oilier than that. And it
So
doesn't apply very well. That's the thing. I feel like I have to dig into it to get product out on
again,
it. And
the way I have used weathering powders for the most part is the dry powders, and then you kind of like stipple them onto where you want them to be, and then you can seal them. I can't stipple that. Now this color is saved, but this is a color that came because we bought the paint set and I've never used.
Bourbonic Brown. I
thought about using it.
I've used it on the hair of my horses and washed it brown again.
All right.
Like these yellows and brown tones, I feel like we have a lot of, and I don't think they're bad. Like this Calvin Brown, I've used on the horses in my.
No, and again, if you've used them, great.
What are you tossing now? You're just throwing without telling me. You don't want me to fight with you. So Swedish Doctor says don't discamo green. I use them in World War II Army guys. We don't play historic.
Yeah, see, and like
which is why like that green is just it doesn't work for what we do. So yeah, but hey, if it works for you, neither of us are saying, hey, if you use these paints, you're stupid. Both of us are saying we don't use the paint. We're stupid for keeping them around.
Yes.
Nurgling green.
It's still a nice green. You can.
Hey, I still have an Ogren camo.
This is a pretty much still completely okay Troll Slayer orange.
The Troll Slayer orange is very thin. That's what I found. It's a good wash or glaze paint. It's not so great. Nowhere zombies. No, we don't do a lot of Nazi era stuff.
Nowhere Nazis.
No, I don't know though. If you had the chance to buy Where Nazi Zombies, would you?
No, because they're not undead samurai.
Okay, yeah. So Nathan's big weakness, perpetually, Nathan's biggest weakness when it comes to miniatures is zombie samurai.
Okay.
If there is a faction, if there's a game that has an army of zombie samurai, Nathan is playing that game.
I want it.
100%.
No, there was the one you wouldn't let me get. Remember, there was that big like Kickstarter bundle, and I was just like, "Hey, listen, they have zombie samurai," and I believe Dawn was just like, "No, the game's all right." And you were like, "Nathan, you don't need more zombie samurai." And I was like,
Guild Ball, I think.
No, it was not Guild Ball because it was. I can't remember the name of the game. But it looks almost as if it's like a ranked fantasy style battle set in.
Oh, Eric is talking about Strange Aeons.
Oh yeah, he is talking about Strange Aeons.
The turtle riding man. No, that's Bushido.
That's
Bushido. Yeah, we've played a lot of Bushido.
But anyway, yeah, I have zombie samurai in Bushido because if they're a thing, they're my thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's the one where I was just like, that's like 120 models because it's like buy one get one free, and then you were like, you don't need more zombie samurai. To which I retorted with, first of all, I do, and now that we've established that I do,
he just I don't.
Dwarf flesh, I will never use it.
I use dwarf flesh for
horses.
Pinks on the cheeks when you paint faces to get that blushy tone. That's what I use on my Stranger Young girls. Pinks.
So now that we have moved out of Games Workshop purples, current range Nagaroth base.
Nagaroth. That's a nice color, actually. That's a really beautiful purple. Woo, what are those?
Washes.
Oh yeah.
Oh look, turquoise.
This Creed khaki was the color we were hoping we could use as rotting flesh. Looks good.
No, it's okay. It was no rotting flesh.
Sunny, any thoughts on Sisters of Battle? Poor Sisters players.
Listen, Sisters of Battle were the army that I've been waiting for since 2005, and then around 2014 I stopped caring. And I think that's...
Yeah, Games Workshop made us wait so long for Sisters of Battle. I love the universe of Sisters of Battle. I think Sisters of Battle are incredible. Fucking incredible.
Listen, there are two army kind of hooks to use to get me. The first is zombie samurai. We've talked about this. The second is religious fanaticism. When we were in university, all of my history courses, I was always jumping into anything to do with religious fanaticism.
Yeah.
I find it fascinating. So Sisters of Battle were that for me.
It's the same reason why your second War Machine faction
that I'm already squirreling away and building and planning paint schemes for is Protectorate of Men Off, because they hit that tone.
And when you started Wild West Exodus?
Yes.
Yeah.
Religious fanaticism.
Again, it's like how I always play. I will always
play Asians.
So if there's a game with Asians, I'm playing that Rum and Bones, man.
You have the Asian pirate faction. Malifaux, 10 Thunders.
Wrath of Kings, Shale Han. Like, of course I play Bushido. Of course, like
right.
These
and
are
who do you
games.
have in them? You don't have the demons. You don't have the snake people. You have literally the Asian monks.
the most Asians of the Asian.
Well, I wouldn't go most Asians of the Asians.
They're good at math and school.
Listen, one of them looks like David Carradine. That's all I'm saying. And he's not Asian.
Shut your dirty mouth.
So Sisters of Battle were my thing, and I was going to start them when I started working for Games Workshop in 2005 because I loved the army that much. The only thing that ever kept me out of it was the very limited model range. As you know, or may not know, old Sisters of Battle, they were all metal, and you basically had 3 poses. So this was a horde style, power armor list where you wanted to have large squads of very sacrificial religious zealots. Where it's just like, no, this unit's going to run and they're going to die, and that's what they do.
Yeah.
But so when you're looking at painting an army that's 80 to 100 models and you have 3 poses, that was the part where it just fell off for me, and I ended up always wishing that they could come out with more variety, even if it was like more metal models with just new poses. So, hey, you mean my one squad of 15 girls isn't 5 of each times 4? Just so I could have varied it up, I would have jumped onto Sisters of Battle. Up into the end of me playing 40K, I was still hoping that Sisters were going to come out. When they got the White Dwarf list, I was excited before it came out. I was like, oh man, maybe we're going to get some more stuff. We might even get some releases. No new models, shitty rules.
Yeah.
And so I love Sisters. I may or may not pick up some new plastic Sisters just to paint, but would it be enough to get me back into a Games Workshop game? Absolutely not. Scabrad?
I love scab red. It's like a flat kind of red.
Well, it's more like a sanguine.
Yeah, it's more like a sanguine. They like oxide. This is one of those technical paints I feel like it's good to have.
Oh yeah. Technicals are good to have.
Yeah.
As long as
Warhammer is full of religious fanaticism. Duh.
I mean, it used to be, and then they destroyed it in its Age of Sigmar now.
No. Like 40k used to be too until you had the Grey Knights bathe in the blood of Sisters of Battle. Those poor sisters. I think
to keep themselves pure, Teri. Matt Ward commits hate crimes on
Garbage?
fluff. Only because it's desert yellow, which is a thin, hateful color.
Toss it. I have never loved using that color ever. It's full of hate.
Cygnus yellow is better.
Yeah. P3 paints, man. I have this stained olive out of the Reaper set, and I don't like it.
Looking forward to Starfinder. What is Starfinder?
Yeah, who's got Starfinder?
Eric.
Tell me about Starfinder, man. Let's see here. But yeah,
Kevin Brown.
Feel free to throw in your 2 cents about all of this stuff as we purge our paints in full view. I can't even read. I think this is linen white. Fuck, it's a Reaper white, and I love it. I'm sorry.
Look at that
so
bottle.
addicted.
I can't say no to you.
I can't say no to you. I don't have a white from you yet.
So all of these paints that I clearly bought for my Nurgle, like
You're tossing?
no, I'm keeping because you're a hoarder. Like these two, I remember I was like, maybe I might someday find a use for this. And you're like, oh, that's nice. And I'm like, it's
Let me
not.
see. Creed khaki looks. No, we kept Creed khaki because we thought it looked
No,
like
you kept it because
rotting flesh. It's still sealed.
No, that's why we bought it, because it looked like rotting flesh. It is not still sealed. I used it. It does not mix like rotting flesh because it's way too. The green is too strong. It starts to overpower. And we have rotting flesh from our war colors.
Nurgling green. I don't use it.
See,
Woo!
like this is some Nurgle green shit.
Oh, Sunny, there's hate for Age of Sigmar on the channel now.
I hate Age of Sigmar.
It's Pathfinder in space. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
See, here's your parchment.
I love you, Parchment, so much. Okay, so Secret Weapon Mini makes washes that I adore. I love soft body black. I would buy it by the gallon if I could. I've said this to Mr. Justin because it's so incredible. Parchment is a great freaking way to age things, sun age things. So if you're in a place where you want something to look like it's been sun aged, parchment out of the washes is perfect. It's got that kind of like sun aged, kind of that white, yellowish, like almost salted tone to it, which is perfect. Eric is talking a little bit more about it in the chat here. A deity of artificial intelligence is brought faster than light travel. Woo! Okay, gotcha. So kind of like how the Emperor, makes FTL possible for everyone else except for the Tau.
It's because they don't need it.
Tau motherfuckers. It's the way to go. Rat folk, androids, and some other races are prominent.
More blood for blood god. Let's keep these separate because
Somebody in the other chat talked about mixed drinks or favorite cocktails.
Let's be honest, tequila sunrise.
This is like ghetto tequila sunrise. I love it. It's Fanta orange with tequila.
Whenever we're feeling lazy and or have run out of orange juice, you make the ghetto tequila sunrise.
It's so good.
It's just the tequila, the grenadine, the orange juice. It's perfection.
I personally also like maple-itas, which are basically margaritas, but instead of simple syrup, I use maple syrup. And that is the thing that I love because it tastes delicious and it's easy to make. And I drink a lot of that. Also dig gin and ginger ale. For those of you who are not aware, my parents come from the Philippines. And so thus I'm not Caucasian. Thus I am.
You just told me you were always really tanned.
I'm always really tanned. Yeah. I come from the Philippines.
That's dead.
Filipinos, in terms of global populations, there are more gin is consumed in the Philippines per capita than any other country in the world, and I love gin and ginger ale. So if I am iffy about a place and their cocktail mixes,
Scab Red and Mephiston Red, fight. Open them.
How many Scab Reds do I have?
One so far, but that Mephiston
this is a red gore.
That Mephiston Red, I'm like, meh.
No, leave the Scorn Reds.
I know, that's why I have P3 Reds, which is why all Games Workshop Reds I just do not give a shit about.
You know, I feel like I just have an emotional attachment to red gore.
Over 3. Make sure they're really closed before you throw them, because otherwise it's just going to be paint all over the floor.
Oh my god, right?
Ooh, Ultramarines Blue, a color with neither of us
Get
have
rid of
literally
those ones. Never
painted with.
I have never painted anything Ultramarines Blue.
I painted
ever in my life.
half an Ultramarines army, and I never used Ultramarines Blue because Enchanted Blue was better.
Oh, okay, someone else, George, came into the chat. I feel really bad because I missed that comment.
On the
George,
Blood Bowl
hello, George.
All right,
by
so
the way.
let's go to Specialist because it came up earlier in the chat and we didn't really talk about it. So
yeah.
New Blood Bowl. I think the models look fantastic.
Yeah.
I think Guild Ball needs to be scared as shit because Blood Bowl is the original, and all of the new Blood Bowl minis that I've seen, the dwarves, the Skaven.
What's the price point? That's my question, right?
The price point is very reasonable, and I think it's even lower
Ooh.
than Guild Ball. Blood Bowl is going to destroy Guild Ball. Make no mistake about it.
All the other sports ball minis games haven't done very well. They had a lot of very excited interest initially, but I feel because everyone is looking for the Blood Bowl replacement. Everyone is looking for
exactly
Blood
it.
Bowl.
Like if you look at the market,
all I'm saying is, a fleshlight feels pretty darn good when it's the only thing you can get, but when you get the real thing. Okay, we'll just leave it at that. Legit.
No, but I mean, like that's the thing where it's just like I find that the actual market demand for sports ball based minis games, whether they're future or whether they're past or they're fantasy, doesn't fucking matter, is like this constant like 3%.
Yeah.
There is always a demand for it. It is never growing. It is never diminishing. It is just this constant demand. And fundamentally, everything from Guild Ball to Dread Ball to the future one. No, the future one was Dread Ball. But like all of those games have only existed because Games Workshop stopped supporting Blood Bowl. Now that they are getting back in at a competitive price point, as in reasonable to actually do an entire fucking army out of, because it's your team, right?
Yeah.
Blood Bowl is going to kick the shit out of all of their competitors. They're going to eat in all of the people that have strayed because Blood Bowl was not a thing for so long. And that's just Blood Bowl. And that 3% is going to be happy playing Blood Bowl. But like I said, Guild Ball needs to be fucking scared because
they better offer something really interesting. I would love to see them do more global campaign style
especially
stuff. Like a
because
global
when you
sports ball thing.
When you look at the packaging for the new Blood Bowl starter set, this is going to a large gaming store release, which means that Blood Bowl is going to be in more stores than Guild Ball is. And that, combined with the price point and the much better miniatures, is what is going to just absolutely crush them. And it's a shame. I know a lot of people that have a lot of, looks like a scoring gauntlet. No idea whose. Just no idea.
I think I know what this is.
What is it?
This belongs to a Reaper mini we have downstairs.
Where's that Striker's Hand that you lost?
I didn't lose Striker's Hand. It's on there.
Oh, right. You thought you lost Striker's Hand.
I lost Striker's Hand many times. Throw this one away.
Oh, Vallejo. Barbarian Flesh.
Season 10 Flesh. Yay. These are really pretty.
Slumdog, passion fruit, and vodka.
Okay, we have to. Yay, Marcus, how you doing, man?
So anyway, like I said, Blood Bowl I think is interesting. I've never been a fan of sports ball minis games, so I will not get it. I will not ever say someone is stupid for getting it because
white leather is a keep.
No.
You don't like that?
I have P3 Browns. I will not use Games Workshop Browns. If you'll use it on a horse, keep it.
I use them on horses. I love
Got
those
it. Look,
toys.
a bobbin. That's not mine. I assure you. I can't. I mean, I could sew things together. Maybe my hands.
Not green. There isn't any green in there. Look at us. We're like actually like purging. We have dark tone.
So, like I said, that's Blood Bowl. I think with all of the other specialist games as they come out, it's gonna have. I think they're all gonna have a lot harder run. Like when Necromunda comes out, you're combating Infinity, and Infinity is fucking huge. Infinity exists because Necromunda stopped existing, and Infinity is so huge right now. Likewise, Mordheim is going to have to fight Malifaux because you're looking for the same kind of people.
Although in order
to come.
So I'm gonna be really
Mordheim Malifaux crossover.
What I was gonna say was I'm really looking forward to seeing Mordheim come out again because I feel like a lot of the terrain that would come out for Mordheim would be really good in Malifaux.
Agreed.
Like
absolutely,
it'd be really
agreed,
good. Really
I'd
good.
love it for my Malifaux board, but I would never play Mordheim. Battlefleet Gothic might retake space games, but you've still got Firestorm Armada. Even though they're doing everything
they shit in the bed.
Yeah, even though they're doing everything they can to lose customers.
Yeah.
But Hawk War Games, makers of the hugely popular Drop Zone Commander, are starting to release Drop Fleet Commander, and
Drop Zone Commander is beautiful.
I've seen a lot of people listen. Drop Fleet Commander fleets look better than Spartan fleets.
Yes, people post gin drink recipes in there. I'm going to actually talk about my favorite gin drink recipe as soon as you wrap up this little convo, and we can actually talk about serious stuff like drinking.
I have half an Infinity faction because the models look cool, and that's this little. I know nothing about the game.
Right?
I don't even have rules. I couldn't play them if I wanted to. And yes, it's Hawk Islam. Although now that there are werewolves
oh my god,
Infinity.
I found your Bill Cosby model. Okay, so Nathan bought this Strange Aeons model because he thought he looked like Bill Cosby.
So I was going to paint him in a Bill Cosby sweater, and before I got to that, it turns out he's a serial rapist, and I was like, that's not happening anymore. That is not going to be Bill Cosby.
That is not Bill Cosby.
Maybe it's like a white dude named Bert now.
So this is the raffle box of people who have donated to the Extra Life cause. I'm gonna throw
a gap in the Gorka Morka market. Yeah,
there's a gap in the Gorka.
I would get back in. I would play Gorka Morka. I just think it'd be hilarious.
That's a smart.
Orcs are hilarious.
Anything that does with orcs is lovely and sweet. So if you want in, $5 gets you one entry in. $60 gets you a signed copy of my book, signed and annotated copy. So that's a special kind of version of where I'm going to write stuff in the margins and do all sorts of fun stuff. Someone requested lipstick kisses and coffee stains. I'm happy to do that. That's going to happen because he paid for that.
Listen, you are a disaster, so all you need is a cup of coffee while annotating, and those coffee stains lipstick and coffee stains. Somehow, I don't know how the lipstick will get on there, but it will.
It will happen. So I'm going to do the first draw right now. So first person to get to pick from the list of stuff that will be available to them is, and you know what, you pick. Jeff S. Okay, so Jeff, thank you for your donation.
Not cheating.
Not cheating. You will be the first one to get picked of the list, and if you want to see what kinds of stuff are available, you can. No matter what, everyone wins when a donation is made because it helps sick kids, and sick kids. There's nothing worse in the world than a kid
sick kids suck.
Sick kids super suck.
All right,
let's eliminate sick kids by making no.
Look, more red ink.
There's yellow ink in
Oh,
here
another
too.
black ink. Jesus Christ.
Throw away the black ink. I already said you could.
All
Gosh.
4 of them, eh?
I feel like there's a gap in the book market. Garbage. This is a sealed Jack Bone from P3.
2 more red inks.
I might have. Okay, so added to the list of things you can win or discontinue
Red ink.
Games Workshop red inks. If
2
anyone,
turquoise inks.
if anyone is actually watching this right now
And
and is
agreeing.
like, Teri, I want those paints. If you make a donation to the Extra Life, I will mail you whatever paints you want out of the pile that Nathan is shaming me for right now because, golly, it's yours. They're yours.
There's going to be a knife fight over that chestnutting.
There's going to be We're keeping the chestnut.
Okay.
Okay, we're keeping it. The chestnut ink is not in the shame
It is
pile.
off the market.
I've got red ink. I've got a whole bunch of like black inks. I've got some Vallejo colors in black. You know,
So you're saying I should fish out the black inks? Maybe.
maybe if someone expresses an interest in them. I've got more scorched brown. I like scorched brown. Have we found an equivalent to scorched brown yet anywhere? Does anyone have an equivalent to scorched brown? Because if you don't, man, I like it.
All right, listen. One of the cats is sleeping. Oh, the other one's over here sleeping. Great.
Okay.
I was just worried for a second that I was like, he's up to some shit. Oh, look, red ink. Do we have any of that?
Do we have any of that? Cheers, Marcus. Regal Blue.
1-part gin, 2-part OJ.
Okay.
Maraschino syrup.
Okay.
That
Papa.
sounds good.
That does sound good. So we make
That
this
sounds
gin
good.
drink every New Year's Eve. We've done it for live streams. We've done it just hanging out. It is called
Polynesian punch.
And we've also called it Get Yourself Fucked Up Juice. And it is also called diabetes. Diabetes in a punch bowl.
No, just diabetes.
Diabetes.
Beatus.
Diabetes.
Like Wilford Brimley, okay?
You start with 1 can of orange juice concentrate.
The frozen
orange juice concentrate you buy for like 69 cents at the grocery store. Actually, for you start with a 2-liter pop bottle of gin or of ginger ale. And for that size, you need 2 orange juice concentrate
cans. So think of it as like 1 can to 1 liter of juice to 1 jar of maraschino cherries.
1 jar of maraschino cherries. So for that 2 liter, you need 2 jars of maraschino cherries.
And 2 things of orange juice, and you're just gonna get a big old punch bowl.
And to taste, you will mix the gin in. So you can pour. You basically pour into this punch bowl the ginger ale, the orange concentrate, and the maraschino cherries. You give it a stir. We generally try to keep the gin out of the bowl and you just like pour in a cup and then gin to taste.
You keep the gin out of the bowl
the kids can also
we are all adults with kids when we get together to get fucked up on Polynesian punch. And the kids want some punch too. So gin to taste. The problem is that is so sweet that unless you're mixing about 40% or more gin, you can't taste it. So you have to be pouring really, really heavy to taste the gin, and the gin really does add a nice flavor. So you end up pouring heavy enough that you can taste it, which is almost 50-50.
Yeah.
And that's why it fucks you the shit up.
It really, really does. Towson ochre, I will never use.
I've actually thrown away earlier for that reasoning.
Burnished gold. That's a fresh pot too. It sounds liquid inside.
Sounds can be deceiving.
What? Hold on. Whoa, what the hell happened in that?
There's no reason to keep it because I have Gehenna's gold and Auric armor gold.
Oh, that's a beautiful dry brushing gold though, Nathan.
That's amazing. Are you going to use it?
If you're not going to for your scorn.
I'm not going to for my scorn.
I'm using it. I'm keeping it. I love it. You need to send me a message of the recipe for the blue whale. Oh, it's the Jaded Gamer! Okay, Kitty, we will
Yes.
send it to you, but we'll also talk
Yes,
about
I
the Jada.
will.
The Jada Gamer has a shot.
That was Frankenstein into existence.
It was made by 3 very drunk men. This is a great story. The inception of this drink happened on Jaded Gamercast, which was Nathan's old podcast.
Episode 100.
He had been able to dodge Lang.
So this was okay. So for background, this was Lang's idea for an episode as a circa episode 5.
Yeah, so he's been talking about this.
So he's been wanting to do it forever, and I have been able to avoid him for almost 2 years because this is a terrible idea. Just the worst of ideas. The idea for the episode was that everyone would get a bottle of something just dirty.
Oh,
a dirty drink.
Dirty drink podcast episodes. Never a good idea. So
Yep.
I rented a hotel room for this. I rented a hotel room, left the boys in it, and took my child out, and we went out for the day. Because they were
An enjoyable day. Yeah, we were getting day drunk. We were getting day
We were
drunk.
getting so day drunk.
Well, because our whole plan was we'll get day drunk,
And then
we'll spend a couple hours sobering up, then we'll be
Just
hungry,
garbage. This is not.
and then we can go and eat, and everything will be okay.
So what part of the
wait.
plan failed?
The part of the plan failed was the inception because it was a terrible fucking idea.
It was a terrible fucking idea.
So again, everyone gets a bottle of just dirty drink, and then the episode goes until all 3 bottles are empty.
They had a special co-host, which was Ward. He's part of the podcast, Hobby Night in Canada. Great guy, really game, always game. If you can get him out, if you can get him out, let me say that if you can get him out, he's fantastic. Great guy, great. He's very
Marcus. Yes, time heals all wounds.
Except he still can't look or smell a bottle of peach schnapps. I have not had Russian candies. I have not had like anything that requires peach schnapps mixed in. I can't even, I'm not allowed to have it in the house. So it's like, no fuzzy navels for Terry.
Well, you just feel self-conscious if you have one of those.
No, I drink neat. Who needs a fuzzy navel when you have Tequila Sunrise ghetto style? But anyways, so the boys go out. They go out while they're sober to pick out their dirty drink bottles. You want some of this, sweetie?
Yeah, because my beer's out. So.
Oh. Would you like me to get you more beer? We might take a break after we
take a
finish
break.
Purging all of our pigs.
So anyway, we all go to the liquor store, and we set a maximum alcohol percentage of 20.
Whose reason was that? What's the minimum?
Well, the minimum was 15, so you couldn't just get like a bottle of wine.
Well, it was supposed to be 10, but what did you say?
No,
10?
it was supposed to be 15, but I said, what do we look like, bitches?
Oh.
So then it went to 20. And the rules for the bottles were you couldn't drink your own bottle, otherwise it's not dirty because you just pick something you like.
Mm-hmm.
So you needed to get something that would suck for someone else to get stuck with, but you didn't want it to go thermonuclear. Because
mutual assured destruction is a thing.
Mutually assured destruction is a thing. If you go thermonuclear, everyone else can go thermonuclear, and you can't drink your own even if it's the least bad. So I cannot stand sourpuss. So at one point when they were threatening to get sourpuss and stick me with it, I had to flat out say, A, I will sit there and not have a single sip of it because I literally cannot stomach the stuff. And B, if that happens, I was going to get jalapeno schnapps.
Oh,
like just the raunchiest, spiciest fucking liquor I could find.
This is stuff that we use regularly, I believe.
Yeah, this is all of our regular stuff. Just put it back.
We're not gonna like lay it out nice or anything.
Ta-da!
Okay, this is gaming flu.
Why did you buy so much Vallejo?
Because we were quitting Games Workshop that one time.
Okay, Growing Earth I use all the time to base.
Dwarf Bronze, Cape Fear Punch, Company Punch. Anyways.
Okay, so we get back, we start getting day drunk.
Yeah.
I get stuck with a bottle of Dr. McGillicuddy's peach schnapps, and I am feeling unwell. Saying the name.
I'm gonna put the P3 paints in here. We use them a lot.
I got Balls Blue, or is what I bought, and Lang got stuck with the blue syrup. Alcoholic syrup is really all Balls Blue is.
Yeah.
And Ward got the bottle of amaretto. So 2/3 of the way through all of our bottles, when we are all at the point of just apologizing for how drunk we were, we get the bright idea to start mixing them together in a cup. And so the blue gummy shark, the jaded gamer, came out of existence when we... Oh, yeah, that looks disgusting.
Yeah.
Ew. God damn you, Games Workshop paints. When we mixed those three in equal parts. And yeah, like I said, it was just the... Like, what was so funny is, I don't know if... Like, we thought it was just because we were so fucked up. And our palates were so destroyed on drinking that one flavor.
Yeah.
And we thought mixing them together made it taste like heaven. But then other people who are much braver,
much more brave
than
well, because you guys talked it up really well, like as drunkards, you did sell it.
Some people actually mixed it, and they're like, no, it legitimately tastes like the blue gummy shark candy. So there you go. We will send it to you so you have it in writing, Kitty, and you can give that shit a shot. It's
amazing. People love it, and I enjoy it, which says something. And if you don't like it super strong as a shot, you can mix it with Sprite, and it's actually quite good as well.
But I find that when you do add the Sprite, it doesn't taste like a gummy shark anymore. That something about that citrus just kind of cuts it and change.
Woo! Coffee, cough.
Yeah, I think I'm done talking for a bit.
Yeah, no, something does change it. I agree with that. I do have to say though, I mean, I think that when it comes to yeah, no, it's so good. It's so good. I can't stress it enough. That shot is like, it is heavenly heaven.
The McDonald's thing was way worse. Just
oh my god,
infinitely worse.
The McDonald's thing. If you haven't seen it, I think it's on the Jada Gamercast page. It might be on my page. I know I've linked it.
Jada Gamercast presents The Shot.
The Shot. There's a bottle of rotting flesh in here.
Is it good? No.
It resembles a Games Workshop dry.
No. It's dead, Jim.
Is this Cater base still good?
Yeah. Maybe. Maybe this is the empty one.
Okay.
Yeah, that one's empty.
So the McDonald's shot. So Nathan, in his infinite wisdom, was trying to cheer me up about me being sure I was not going to get on Geek and Sundry. So when Geek and Sundry...
Crippling self-doubt is literally your middle name. Like Teri, crippling self-doubt, Litorco.
Yeah.
The reason it's not actually here in the middle is...
Nathan not talking less than 30 seconds. Yeah, we all noticed that. Hey, more blood for the Blood God.
See, this is the thing, is we kept misplacing them. Because they're fantastic. They are...
Bronze flesh is garbage. Elf flesh. Oh, you need to drink more, sweetie.
Mm.
We'll get a beer after this. But we will be back. Or maybe you can go off and drink some stuff and I don't know, sleep. The cats are just so asleep right now. Oh my god.
Legit.
But okay, so the McDonald's thing was, I had put in a thing to be a Geek and Sundry vlogger. Those of you who know the end of the story know that I got on
But at the time, I was so sure I was not going to get on. And I was really sad about it. I was like, oh,
You
I'm...
were heartbroken.
Because, like, I put in this video, nobody was watching it, and, like, they used, like, votes, sort of, to figure out whether or not they were going to, like, keep people around. Toss this. And Nathan was like, hey, Teri, it's okay. If you make it to the second round, I'm going to get all the people in the Jada Gamercast group to like vote for you, and I'll tell them that if they do and you make it in, I will do a dirty shot, and I will try to find the worst shot, and it's because my audience loves to watch me suffer, and they do.
You like, yes, let's be honest, episode 100 was somehow popular when really all it is was a record of my own self-destructive tendencies.
Holy shit.
Oh, and
yes.
legs.
And
Like not just mine,
It's
but
not just your...
it was literally just listening to two people just kill themselves on air.
Yeah, it was pretty horrible. And so what ended up happening was Nathan said to his audience, hey, vote for Teri. You got more P3s?
Yeah, I got a dash.
Okay, perfect. Vote for Teri, and I'll throw them in here. If you vote for Teri, we will do the dirtiest shot we can find on the internet. That shot was called the Kim Jong-un
Nuclear bomb.
And
it was dirty as shit.
It was a horrible. We all drank it, and
I believe Lang's most accurate descriptor was, "Oh my god, this tastes like Yoda's taint."
Yes, that would be absolutely correct. Hey, welcome back, John. Yoda's taint. Yoda's taint. Yoda's taint. It doesn't feel like it's descriptive enough.
I don't know. Yoda's taint probably gets kind of swampy. I mean, he's always sitting.
There's a lot of lettuce. It was a lettucey drink.
Basically, it was most of a Big Mac meal.
Oh my god.
So
with an apple pie.
Okay, so it was a Big Mac, a medium fries, a milkshake that was mixed. You know, camel green's disgusting.
And ketchup can green.
I've also thrown that away. Mixed of all three flavors, so 1/3 chocolate, 1/3 strawberry, 1/3 vanilla. That poured into the blender as well. Half of an apple pie, a pack of barbecue McNugget sauce, like the dipping sauce.
Oh.
And vodka.
Vodka
To try to make it liquid enough to blend. It required a lot of vodka because that shit just, like the fries and the bun just soaked up the alcohol. And it eventually came out into something roughly the consistency of porridge. We poured the 3 shot glasses, and you're supposed to finish it with the other half of the McDonald's apple pie. You crumble some off and you put it. Now,
horrible.
It's that last bit that's particularly
heinous.
Evil,
it's heinous.
Because if it were just a shot, you could down the hatch and go. But you have to take the topper, put it in your mouth, start chewing, and then pour the shot in and take it all down like that. The chewing slows you down.
You can't.
So you have to keep
it
in your mouth while you chew so that you don't choke to death.
Yeah.
The first thing that hits you. Oh, and also as we were talking, trying to get the courage, it started to separate. So we had to stop.
It was
talking.
Literally separating. You could see the chunks of food in this milkshake concoction. Obviously separate. Like it started separating in the blender as soon as we stopped blending.
Yeah, and so as it was sitting in the shot glasses, they started to settle and separate. So that was not great. At that point, we down the hatch. The first thing that hit me, at least my flavor profile of it, was lettuce. Very, very sickly sweet lettuce because the sweetness of the milkshake was overpowering. So even though we had a lot of vodka in this, you're not getting any vodka, you're not getting any alcohol, you're getting sweet lettuce. And as you're chewing and the longer it's sitting on your tongue, everything starts to hit you. After that, I got the grease from the burger, and then I got cheese. Then I started to get onions. That's when I hit the tang of the barbecue sauce. Meanwhile, none of the lettuce or the sweet have gone away.
Oh.
They're all just there, and it all just keeps building to the point where like it's overwhelming your palate because it just keeps picking up more and more and more flavors that are in there.
Oh, it's horrible.
Meanwhile, you're trying to muscle swallow this down as hard as you possibly can. And then I threw up in my mouth a little.
Yeah, that's what we were doing inside.
Lang almost threw up in the sink.
Yeah, the media reaction, because in the shot I remember, because I edited that video together too. Lang almost immediately threw, as soon as it hit his mouth.
He went straight to the sink.
He was going to the garbage. I thought he was going to go for the garbage.
Well, he went to the sink to throw up. Because remember, his garbage has one of those swingy flaps.
Oh, yeah.
So throwing up in that was not going to work.
Oh, my God. It was horrible.
It was, like I said, it was rough.
It was rough.
But holy shit! But then Lang did champion through. He was the first one to get it down, and then he was just trying to make us laugh and laugh. So
it was horrible.
It was not great. It's an entertaining as fuck video. If you do watch it, just so you are aware, pretty much right as we started, I think Lang's dog walked by, knocked the camera, and it unplugged the microphone. So they slightly out of focus.
Are we in focus now?
But yeah, so when the sound got knocked out, none of us were willing to do the shot a second time for very obvious reasons.
Yeah.
So Teri edited it to be a silent movie where he made it freaking black and white, had the piano and the piano villains and like the freaking sound cards. I actually thought that was a better video than having to just listen to us groan and suffer and agonize. Yeah. I thought it was better.
I'm glad you liked it, because I did not enjoy the experience, and it was hard because I tried to edit it right away to get it up as soon as possible.
What is that, Dark Flesh?
This is Dark Flesh. You wanted me to save it. So I was editing this thing, remembering very, very vividly how it tasted and like watching my own reaction to it. Like part of the reason why I still remembered what Lang was saying is because the whole experience was traumatic enough that every word he spoke while I was trying to swallow it down was seared into my memory. It was horrific. Yeah, it was horrific. So yeah, that was the shot. And yeah, it was a really weird, like, it's a really weird kind of situation to be into, but it's a memorable experience. And from now on, I will always look fondly back at the jaded gamers who voted for me, and not hate them for it. I don't know if Nathan feels the same way.
I did episode 100. I've done far more destructive things to my body.
Yeah. Like, I think people asked about it though. People were like, would you rather do episode 100 again or do the Kim Jong-un
And
shot?
we all agreed, I'd do the Kim Jong-un. Like, Lang and I were both just like, yeah, I would absolutely never do episode 100 again.
It was bad.
It was so bad because, like I said,
God.
By the time Teri got back, we were all throwing up. At about 6:30 p.m.
6:30 p.m.
I was passed out drunk.
Oh my God,
I finally woke up the next morning around 9
with
what was the worst hangover of my life, even worse than my bachelor party.
Oof. And you were fucked up. I was mad.
Oh, you were so mad about
the
bachelor party.
Mad.
And then the only thing I said to Lang
Garbage.
was I hate you. I got up.
Talk to him.
I got up. I sent to the text, I hate you. And that was all I said to him that day. For the rest of the week, whenever he would try to start a conversation at work, all I sent back was, I hate you. That was episode 100. That was
episode 100. So yeah, that is a bit of a thing. We are going strong, Nathan. Like we're almost 3 hours in. 3.5,
Wow, that
nearly.
was a long time going.
Going through paint.
Ink shaming you.
Ink. If anyone wants any paints, you know, it's
Ink
there.
shaming.
It's there. It's there.
Yeah, let's take a quick bio break.
We're gonna take a bio break. We're gonna come back and play some games. I think. I think that's a thing we should do. If any of you see any games here that are of interest to you, let us know. I will put a.
Most votes wins.
Most votes wins. We'll do a give us 15 minutes. I'm gonna try to hydrate a little bit. Because I think that
We can definitely bang one out in that 15. This is gonna be my every time we take a break.
Every time we take a break joke,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna make a joke about like banging one out.
Mm-hmm.
You know how like Donald Trump likes to brag about like stuff that he supposedly does a lot?
Well, yeah, he brags about things that he does a lot. I brag about things that never happen.
There you go. There you go. There you go. See? I didn't say it, you did. And I don't know. I think what we'll do is we'll come back very shortly. We'll hang out some more. And if you see games you think would be interesting to play, if not, we might come back and build some models and chat about whatever you guys want to chat about. If you do have kind of topics of suggestions you want to hear us talk about, anything, we are happy to do that. We're going to be here a good long while. We're going to get kind of loopy tired.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to the Instagram selfie at the end of the evening when we look mega fucking tired. But I'm going to write a quick note. Any ideas for what the note should say? If you do, throw them in the comments. You go on ahead. I will catch up. You guys can watch me write my note and hum to myself while I do.
See if the cats stay sleeping in the room while we're gone.
Oh, they will. They're asleep.
That one, yes. That one, no.
Mm-hmm. Woo-hoo. Bye, kitties. Woo-hoo. Okay. We're back. We're back. Okay, I'm gonna take out
Jeff.
Jeff S's entries, and then I will put them back in if everyone else who has donated has gotten something. Hi, we're back. We're ready to go. I want to thank everyone who's donated so far. Again, Marcus, I'm getting your entries in like pronto before you do the next draw because you donated. Thank you so much. Again, we're doing this for Extra Life. We are streaming. We're gonna go a good long time. Oh, people are asking how old our cats are.
I'm going back to see.
Let's see here. How many?
We see a cat.
Yay! Oh, hi, Nicholas. Thanks for stopping by.
So
smokes.
both of the cats, they are both boys. They are brothers, and they are right now starting to bite and like gnaw on each other's heads.
Yeah.
And they are 4 months old.
Yeah. They are 4 months old. We got to get them fixed soon. They're getting fixed, so help me God, or else I don't know if I can handle it. We had a girl cat go through one cycle of heat, and that was just too goddamn much.
Well, that was because
Holy horrifying.
We booked her neutering
After Christmas break.
for after Christmas break, and on Christmas when our freaking vet was still on break, she went into heat for the first time,
and that was horrific. Like, if you have a cat and you love your cat, fix your cat, okay? Fix your goddamn cat. They deserve to be fixed for your sanity so that you can love them better. Fix your cat. Okay. Also tell your friends. We're gonna start. I'm actually gonna start this section here. Oh, go get the Dice Masters, Nathan.
Oh yeah, we're
gonna go get the Dice Masters. We're gonna probably play some Dice Masters because we totally gushed about that game. We love that game, and we feel like playing it. So we're gonna play it. But one of the things we wanted to do is talk a little bit about some stories about how we almost died, and I guess that kind of ties into my Breakfast with Felicia Day story. So when Nathan gets back, we're going to tell that story while getting our Dice Masters list set up. What was the first tabletop game I remember enjoying? Okay, I'll get Nathan to answer that question too when he gets back, as I'm writing down your entries, Marcus. The first tabletop game I ever played was a game that my father taught me, and it was chess. And chess, I feel like I was 4 at the time. I was like 4 or 5. I think it was 4 actually. And my dad taught me how to play chess because when he was a young man in the Philippines, he would hustle people at chess on the streets of Manila. It's pretty cool. My father is really freaking good at chess, and I've never beat him except for the first time he taught me how to play. So my brothers both knew how to play chess. I will always have a fondness for chess, and I love chess. Ooh, Nathan is precariously walking in because we have an embarrassing amount of Dice Masters. Like we said, Nathan we've bought 3 gravity feeds living in this house, and we haven't lived that long here. because we moved over this summer at the end of the summer. So basically, we have a lot of Dice Masters. We love the game. We enjoy the hell out of the game. One of the prizes is signed Dice Master cards as well as a Dice Master starter set. So if you're interested in getting in on that action, draw is happening as soon as I get Marcus's entries in. If you want to get in on the draw for that, please donate to Extra Life. Also, you can tell your friends if you know anyone who might be interested in Dice Masters. Let them know about this. Let them know that this is happening. Because it's all for a good cause and everyone wins when that stuff happens. Let's see here.
And then I kicked the camera.
You always kick the camera. How's that new for you?
Truth. I'm thinking War of Light only for the first.
Okay, we'll do War of Light only. We'll do War of Light only.
For the first game, I mean.
Marcus was asking, what was the first game you remember enjoying? First tabletop game. So
Tabletop?
So chess was like the first tabletop game I remember playing. Love it. Still love it to this day. First real like board game though, I guess. Like I remember playing a lot of Monopoly as a kid as well.
And it's such a terrible game.
It's a terrible game. But I loved it because it was simple. I was young. I was like, so my youngest brother is 14 years older than me, so they were really generous with their time. And they let me play Monopoly with them. And they made up crazy rules. But one of the things they would do, because they were so much older than me, is they would try to use me against the other one. And they would they'd use extreme pressure tactics and emotional manipulation, like emotional blackmail, to get me to play, get me to trade in a way that was beneficial to them. And I, being 14 years younger than them at the time, so when I was 7, they were like 21 and 22. They were like engineers at that point. They graduated from the university engineering program at that time. And I was just a kid trying to navigate my way through one of the worst board games ever. So I actually have very fond memories of playing Monopoly as a child because I loved it, because I loved spending time with my brothers. But yeah, it's not a great game. It's not a game I'm going to show my kid how to play. It's certainly not a game I want to play with other people anymore because you have sworn never to play Monopoly with me again, not only because it's a bad game, because I'm also a horrible Monopoly player.
Well, because you do the whole same pressure tactics, emotional manipulation style of play that your brothers raised you in. I was much the same way. My family was not a bunch of tabletop board gamers, so whenever we would go camping, Monopoly was kind of like the only game there.
They played a lot of cards.
Yeah, like cards was more what my family kind of played. I played a lot of cribbage growing up. So I mean there was that. Truthfully, my path to miniature gaming and board gaming and tabletop started through video games. It was one of those things where a friend of mine got me into Warcraft 2 back in the day. And so after school in junior high, we'd go back to his house and we would play LAN games of Warcraft 2 that eventually evolved into StarCraft when that happened. A lot of StarCraft. And that led me to walking into a Games Workshop one day and seeing what looked like StarCraft miniatures.
They totally did at the time too. That's when Games Workshop was starting to steal aesthetics. Or was
that was
Marines
because
looked like Marines, right?
Yeah, because remember the unofficial story on the street was Blizzard approached. Yeah, not on the computer, cat. Blizzard approached Games Workshop wanting to make a Warhammer 40,000 game. Games Workshop said no because video games wouldn't amount to anything. Just huge foresight in that company.
World of Warcraft is
this was the unofficial story, that was always told. in circles inside Games Workshop. So when threatening to sue because StarCraft was so big,
And Games Workshop wasn't
Blizzard
a public
could-
company at that time either.
no, they were not. Blizzard could have hired better lawyers. They ended up basically signing this backroom deal, again, allegedly, that said that, we won't sue you, you won't sue us. We'll all just pretend that these are two completely different things, provided you do not do anything StarCraft related for 10 years. And that was why, if you actually look at the gap between Brood War and StarCraft 2, that was a 10-year gap in between them, which only went to fill in this backroom witch's story of
Because at the
what
time,
it
40K
was.
was far bigger than fantasy. It still was. I mean, based on Age of Sigmar, it never stopped being. So that was a thing that happened. What do you want to play, sir?
See, I was going to ask you because you know me, I can build so many
I
more.
want to build a Red Lantern list.
You want reds? Cool.
Give me reds, and I'll see what I can build after that.
In which case, I'm going to go blue, green, indigo.
Oh my god. Blue, green, indigo. I'll go red and maybe I'll do some orange in there as well. We'll go red, orange, yellow then. Yeah, I remember, okay, so I told everyone, I promised everyone that we were gonna do the Felicia Day breakfast was a Felicia Day, but I figure we can do a draw now. Let's see how that's all going. So let's see here. Marcus's entries are in. Nathan, do you want to do the honors? We're giving away games and stuff.
Chris Mitchell.
Chris Mitchell, yay! All right,
I don't know.
so you have to do this. You have to like cover up your face, like. Then it'll try to like focus it. Or
Whatever.
something. Yeah.
It says
Mitchell.
Chris Mitchell. We're
Says
not
Chris
cheating.
Mitchell. We're not cheating. There you go. Chris, I will send you a note. You can have your pick. I will pull out your name in the next before the next draw. That gives you a lot of time if you want to win something. Whole list of fun stuff. We've got donations from GCT Studios and Secret Miniatures, Secret Weapon Miniatures. We've got stuff from Asmodee. We've got stuff from USAopoly. We've got stuff from WizKids. We've got my sand book, an annotated book. This is a thing that happened. The worst part is, and we talked about the story of the Kim Jong-un shot. That book is probably a result, like part of that experience, a part of the reason I got out. I got a book is probably because we had to do that shot, to be perfectly honest. So, yay! I guess I'll look back at it.
You will look back fondly?
Fondly? Okay, John says Heroes of the Resistance has great stuff in it. What is that game? Tell me more about it, John. And David is talking about if we've ever played Dragon Dice. I've seen Dragon Dice. I have not played Dragon Dice because it was from TSR, and TSR, when I got into tabletop gaming big, TSR was already bankrupt. I hadn't really gotten into it, and I hadn't been mingling in the circles of like collected TSR stuff. So never actually happened for me. Let's see here. So we are playing Dice Masters. I'm playing a red, yellow, orange list. We'll see how much red, orange, and yellow get into this action. But I'm going to be honest. I'm looking to play it pretty hard and pretty fun. Okay, that is that. Oh, Supergirl. Oh, Supergirl, you so good.
Oh,
You so
Supergirl was
good.
great.
They're so expensive.
Yep. Welcome to
Text
Reds.
Star. Says red.
All right, so
I'll
no,
do
that's
this
the new
one
X-Wing
on here.
expansion for the Black T-70 and the new Falcon. Oh, that's
Oh, yeah,
that's a
yeah,
Poe
yeah,
Dameron
yeah,
set.
yeah.
Yeah. Haven't picked it up yet. That's cool though. I mean, again, I'm like, okay, so I'm a bit of a Poe Dameron fangirl.
Dude, who isn't?
Yeah, but like I've never been like Imperial side anything. Like I've always
No,
been on
you see, whereas
Rebels, man.
I am so much of an Imperial.
I'm not
I have
racist, that's why.
regrets. Yeah, but I'm a white male. Of course I'm racist.
Oh, you and like 98% of the people who subscribe to my channel,
Right?
like according to YouTube stats, you are my audience. So
Heyo. No, but I mean, I am so Imperial through and through that I legitimately have regrets over my Derby name not being an Imperial. Okay, this is how Imperial I am.
woo! PS9 Poe, holy pilot skill 9.
Dang.
Dang.
So, are his abilities good enough that you'll see that Poe as opposed to the Poe from the starter set that is in every list?
Whew. All right, so I'm gonna leave that one. I don't know. That'd be interesting. Shots fired by Nathan. Oh, all right. We have a lot of Spectre cards.
Fuck, Spectre and Atrocitus were the ones that were just like every pack had one.
Yeah.
I mean, like every 2-pack would just be like Spectre.
They're so expensive.
They are very, very big heavy hitters, which is why, in my experience of playing them, because I play them a lot more than you do, you are going to end up using
Dexter a lot and Bleeze a lot. There's a lot of 3-buys too in this list.
Well,
Like,
that's what I was gonna say. Lex Luthor 2-buy out of Orange is
probably
very valuable. So,
oh. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We don't have another red, hey? And this Bleeze is not.
yeah, this is why every time
We've
I'd be
got
like,
to
we need
sneak
more,
this
we need
Bleeze.
more,
More War of Light?
more War of Light. You're like, no, we don't.
We don't, because we're just going to get more Wonder Woman Miriams and. Let me look at Sinestro's cards, actually. He's expensive, though, isn't he?
The thing
He's
with
a mid.
Sinestro's mid-buy, but the big thing with Sinestro is almost all of his abilities are Yellow Lantern buffing, as they should be, since it's literally the Sinestro core.
Oh, yeah.
I actually have to go get this Hal Jordan from a different set.
Ooh, fancy.
He has the Green Lantern, though, because this is the crossover Hal Jordan from the Flash Green Arrow set.
It's a different light? Oh, it's the double. Gotcha.
He's
Pilot skill 9, Solo can start anywhere on the board as long as he's not within range of an enemy. Kingdom Death Monster, have you played it? I have a lot of friends who absolutely love Kingdom Death Monster. Kingdom Death was one of those titles that never interested me because some of the female characters really upset me. Okay, so one of my friends and a collaborator of mine, Bebo, recently posted, like, porn exists, guys. Like, pornography is a thing. You can get it on the internet. It's free. If you really want, like naked babes doing things for you, that's what that's for. I don't need my game, like women in every game, to be super hypersexualized. That doesn't, it's not interesting to me. I'd rather see females in games that represent the kind of woman I am, because it's easier to relate to that shit, right? So it was one of the reasons it kind of put me off from Kingdom Death. I've seen some of the monster stuff. It looks super cool, and the models are super beautiful. Didn't back the Kickstarter because I don't normally do that, but you know,
if it's the kind of game that you'd be interested in, if you like the minis, you want to get them painted up, totally do it and let me know what you think of it because I'm highly interested. Let's see here. I am probably going to take I'm gonna take Sinestro for I'm gonna take 4 by Sinestro. And that's the thing.
Actions are in here.
Oh, give me the actions then. Who else is in the chat? Yeah, so let's talk about our breakfast with Felicia Day. Because that happened. It was a thing.
For real.
For real. People who saw my Facebook feed afterwards were really mad at me. My friends were mad at me, like, "Hey Terry, thanks for inviting me for breakfast with Felicia Day." Like I had a choice, right? Like, you know. So it started with Felicia Day was coming to Calgary Comic Expo, and I lived in Calgary at the time, so I was like, "Hey, oh, have I seen the new 40K box set? Burning of Proskauer asks Nicholas. Yes, we have. It looks interesting. The worst part is every time Games Workshop releases one of those sets, I'm always drawn back to it. Honestly, it's almost enough to make me want to go back to Games Workshop. It is.
Listen, the models are there. For me, fuck off. Here.
Fuck off to you too, sir.
No, it's just these are my maybes. These are the meh that I'm going through. A lot of the times with Games Workshop stuff, the models are so nice that I'm like, oh man, maybe this is it. But then I realize that I have no desire to play the game. And I think that that's fundamentally what kills it. I never played the first Horus Heresy box set. What is it? Battle for Calth.
Mm-hmm.
Their board game version of it. I have no desire to play Burning of Prospero board game version of it. For me, I would only be getting those to play 30K, and that's a game I have no desire to play.
Yeah.
And knowing me, despite having how many board games here with beautiful minis that are begging for paint, I've never painted a board game mini because I paint for tournaments. I paint for events. You know, like the only reason I have as much Scorn painted as I have is I've been going to Steamrollers wanting to get my stuff painted for those events.
Mm-hmm.
That's never going to change. So I know that when I get... Oh, Jesus.
You have big entry, don't you?
No, it might be in my... yes, I do. Do you want it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Big entrance is good.
So I mean, anyway, that for me is kind of the big thing why I'm not really ever kind of gonna get into it. Is I'm just like, I know give me the 2x in there. I'm gonna go with those.
I'm gonna go with anger issues.
Cool.
Because it's
so yes, the models are fantastic. I love them to
How many did you
death.
get? 2?
Yeah, I think it's 2.
Okay, I could do 2.
Which ones?
They were there fighting, and handed them to you. Fighting
And the anger issues.
and anger issues. Oh, not fighting. Big entrance and anger issues.
Oh, you tossed them.
Nicholas, J-Dubs is turning a new leaf. They are. There's no denying that Games Workshop is changing. Games Workshop is not the company it was 5 years ago.
Okay.
But this Games Workshop is also not the company it was 10 years ago.
No, but even then, for me, my problem with Games Workshop and their games is not a problem with Games Workshop. It is a problem with their rules. And
Where are the card colors?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Get your dice.
I was trying to do that. You're being...
I'm being grabby.
Pansy.
My problem is I do not like their rules, like even a little bit. And I do not like I know this is gonna sound real asshole-ish. I don't like the community that they have right now. I don't
The local
like
community.
Yeah, well, I mean
that they've cultivated in our area.
the tournament communities of every 40K event that I've ever seen or read about online. Okay, that's what it is. Because fundamentally, you and I will pretty much never play a minis game at home. It's just it's one of the things. We will paint, we will play board games, we will play video games. These are the things that we do. It's never been a point where we will take the time to pull our tables out, put them on our dining room table, get our scenery out, put that up, build our lists, go, because that's like a 3 to 4 hour evening, especially because we chat like this when we play.
Yeah.
So we don't play minis games together.
Are these Superman card decks? I don't know where the hell the Sinestro decks are.
These are Sinestro die.
These are the wrong numbers. There's a 2, 4, 8. This is 2.
And then you're looking
6,
for the
4.
clear ones.
2,
these.
3, 6. There's no 2, 3, 6 here either. This is. You want to give me the other card? The dice packs?
Probably like my Hal Jordan.
Yeah.
So for me, it's more an issue of when I play, it is 100% going to be at an event.
Yeah.
And I do not like the
Well, I mean, you
tournament culture.
But the company is changing. And I mean,
listen, that's okay.
Nicholas is talking about, like, they respond with humor. Like, listen, whoever is managing a lot of their social media communities, amazing. They are doing an amazing fucking job. All
right, let me see.
And that's mega cool, right? Like,
let me see that card. And let me start looking through.
Well, I'm at a loss for where it could be.
These ones. 4-3, 5-3,
Okay, perfect.
6-4. You're looking for that color.
Perfect.
Because there are 3. There's a Sinestro in almost every set.
Yeah. Because he's amazing.
Of course, he's
There's
the greatest lantern of all.
Greatest lantern of all time, right?
So I mean, that's why for me, I can look at those models and I can be tempted. I can absolutely look at the stuff that they're putting out and say, man, that looks awesome. I would love to have those. I'd love to paint them, but I know me. In 16 years of painting minis, I have never once painted minis that are not for an army that I want to play, which is not for an event that I want to play in.
Yeah.
So knowing me, I won't play a Games Workshop game until their rules change and their community changes and all those things. And that's not to say that that's a never. That's to say not right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that.
Because you're right. The Games Workshop, the company, is realizing that they spent 5 years running being openly hostile to their customers.
I mean,
and they are changing. They are doing a lot of things right, and good for them. I mean, I can't believe we're giving the company credit for not treating their customers actively like shit, but that's how bad it got with Games Workshop for a really long time.
I mean, it wouldn't take much to bring, like, I don't know.
Listen,
I say that.
It would take great rules and a good community of people that we want to play games with, all getting into it. And that's all it would take.
It wouldn't take much.
It would not take much. So, got all of your dice? Or you're still subtracting?
I'm still subtracting. I think I'm going to...
You have Mara dice twice. Supergirl, the dice you have on Supergirl, those are Mara dice.
Oh, those are Mara dice. These ones. I'm doing quick math here.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense, Nicholas, because I even remember when 7th edition 40K came out.
People to play with.
When 7th edition 40K came out, I played a few games with a very good friend of mine whom I adore, and these get 4, right? Or do they get 3? They get 3.
Really?
I think so.
We'll find out.
Because we only have so many green. I thought green was the one we gave away, though.
Oh, that could have been it. If that's the case, we can get another color. Let's just find. And so I remember playing, 2 or 3 games with him over the first month that it came out. Had a fucking blast. Had so much fun that I decided to show up to their generic vets night. Played random dude, and it was the least amount of fun that I've ever had. So that's why I know that for me, Games Workshop would need rules I find fun and interesting to play. Because right now I don't like their 40K, 30K rules, and Age of Sigmar is still only half a game. And on top of that, it would have to be a cool group of guys that I just want to hang out with. And that's because that's really what you do when you're playing mini games. You hang out.
Purple?
Is it 3? I think. No, it is 4. You're right. You need red. Here's red.
No, we've got green. It's just these orange look really funny.
They do. Then why don't we swap them with red?
Sure.
Because you got 4 red on the fighting.
I try and be the awesome group. I ran multiplayer 500-point games. Now the local GW. Good fun. Well, you kind of not like okay. So I say this about a lot of game systems, and it's kind of funny, Marcus, what you're saying about like how you've got to play with the right group of people who don't care about the rules. Games Workshop games shine when it's about the experience and not about the rules. When it's about the universe and not about the rules, and that I don't know which ones are purple. Let's see if I can find some darker ones. And I don't know if that is something that I have 3 of those too.
That's why I'm wondering if it's 3 or 4.
I have 5 of these. Maybe it is 3. Because we took an extra red from Sophia, I think.
Maybe.
Whatever, we'll play
Listen,
with 3.
We'll play with 3, because that seems to be the most common.
Sure, we'll go with that.
You got 3 blue? Beauty. All right.
And I think one of the things about every game is if you don't care about the rules, it's really, really fun. Dice Masters is a perfect example. Ooh, that was loud. Dice Masters is the perfect example of this. X-Wing is a great example of that. Attack Wing is like WizKids game as a whole. WizKids has these great community events. If you do not care about competition, if they're giving away OP, like organized play prizes in a way that isn't really about like outcome, you will have a great time at the event that they're running it. Do you want there's dice in here.
Yeah, your actual starter dice.
Oh, you took the War of Light bag? I get Batman, Superman.
Yeah.
Martha Orphans in the house.
Martha Orphans.
Martha. All right, so I guess we're never gonna get this Felicia Day breakfast started. As long as you guys keep chatting, we're gonna keep answering your questions. Right.
You have to play Malifaux, and if so, what's your favorite faction? We absolutely adore Malifaux. If you look up here, kind of mostly off camera, we do have some Malifaux stuff that we will build eventually. We basically just picked it up when we went to Pandemonium Games, which is just a fantastic store. Loved it.
Great store.
My faction are Rezzers.
And I play 10 Thunders. Surprise shot. I'm a walking stereotype.
I have a 4.
I have a 7. This is going to be a great next one. Shut the fuck up. Hold on. Let me count again. This is 12. I have too many.
4, 8, 12, 15, 18, 20, 22, 24.
Yeah, I'm cheating.
Yes,
I'm cheating
you are.
I'm cheating you. There. I'm going to put those away.
You put the thing on the ground by you.
I'll put these away later. I think I have it.
Cats are back in the chair.
Back in the chair sleeping.
Okay, so 5, 9,
yeah, so
11, 14,
yeah,
16,
I play Town
20.
Thunders, which opens up a lot of stuff for us. We do have a lot of shared models because of that too.
Well, we don't have a
Not
lot of basically.
We bought a lot of the stuff that is.
Okay,
shit.
well, I mean, basically, we each picked the first two masters that we wanted, which were just kind of whatever we did. So for me, I got Shadows over Red Chapel with Seamus, and then I got Body of Evidence for McMorning.
Yep.
You ended up going for the Thunder to get Misaki, and the one you have there is Rail Crew with Mayfang.
Yep.
Because of the fact that Yan Lo is the combined 10 Thunders Rezzers master, he was our joint third one, and we're both kind of painting up bits and pieces of that. So that way, you know, we kind of share it that way. Really, the only downside to that is we both can't play Yan Lo at the same time if we're at the same event. That's kind of the only down. And that's not a huge down.
That's not a huge down.
All right.
I guess the chat has. Okay, so let's talk about this Felicia Day breakfast thing. So people gave me shit about not inviting them for breakfast. One of them was in the chat, Paparazzo, among them. And basically what happened was Felicia was in town for the Comic Expo, Calgary Comic Expo. I was there. I dropped by the event. I was talking to her, was talking to her assistant who was there too. And we're just like, I was like, hey, I've got a car. I'm local. If you need anything, let me know and I'll pick it up for you, whatever. And that turned into, hey, we want to go to this place on Sunday morning of the expo before the expo opens and
get Montreal style
bagels. And there's a really great Montreal style bagel place in Calgary. So I was like, yeah, sure, absolutely. We'll go for breakfast. We can have bagels. It'll be great. What had happened was we had already committed
months earlier we had committed
to a roller derby event 6 hours away through the mountains in the spring when it's super snowy and stuff.
The spring in the mountains, if you're unfamiliar, it's not always super snowy. It's just very unpredictable.
It's unpredictable.
It can snow a shitload with no warning. It can literally just come out of the air, or it can be clear.
Yeah.
It could rain. That's the thing with the mountains in the spring is they can do anything.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna attack?
No.
All right.
So that was a thing. And so Felicia had said, okay, let's do this. So we drove out to this roller derby event in the morning. We had to drive back to be able to make it for breakfast with Felicia Day.
Yeah, so the Saturday was this roller derby event, 6 hours away, and we knew that we were meeting Felicia at 7 a.m. on Sunday morning
to get breakfast before we could actually go and bring her back to the con before it opened, so that she would be there and ready to go for what she was committed to.
For whatever reason, there is no such thing as matinee games.
No.
I don't know why.
But this one started at 5 or something. It was terrible.
Yeah, it wasn't a terrible game. It started at 5. But it was a double header, remember?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
So we leave first thing in the morning, we go, we do the drive, we get there, got plenty of time. We purchase to your dice bag, nice.
All right.
We do all that. You attacking?
Nope. All my dice, this was empty except for that one.
Yep, I know.
Because you can do math.
So we finished the game about 9 o'clock at night.
Greetings from South Africa. Greetings from Canada. Thanks for coming by. Okay. So, anyways, we're driving back. And as we start leaving, it starts to snow. It starts snowing these big, wet, fluffy, flakes. So big and so wet that it was wetting the road dangerously. And also...
because it was slightly above freezing, but as the night was going on, it was getting below freezing. So now all of these big wet flakes that would hit the concrete and melt because it was above freezing were starting to ice because it was
Mm-hmm.
getting below freezing. Not great conditions.
No. Anyways, we're driving through this, and the windshield is dark, and you have these big white snowflakes that catch the light. With the headlights on in the car, it looked like we were going into hyperspace because it was just like we're traveling on slightly lower than highway speeds because we're trying to, trying to survive this mountain pass, and these snowflakes are flying at you like basically like you're gonna die. I was afraid.
Right.
I was like, what the fuck is happening? We were driving through these mountain passes, which are like windy and it's snowing, and I'm like, I don't know how we're gonna do this. I don't know how we're gonna do this. Nathan's like, I don't fucking care if we have to do 20 all the way home. We will make it to breakfast with Felicia. We did. We made it. We survived.
We ended up getting home at like 4:15 or something in the morning, some ungodly hour.
Mm.
We set an alarm so we could have a fucking power nap, got like 90 minutes of sleep, and then got up to go drive to downtown Calgary and pick up Felicia from the hotel. So yeah. Yay!
And we had a lovely breakfast with Felicia Day. I loved it. I enjoyed it. And I got to talk to
driving in snow sounds fucking terrifying. Yeah. Especially around like winding mountain roads.
It's not
great.
bad. Like the problem is in Canada, it gets dark really early. And like in the winter, it gets dark really early. And the road conditions, if you're not accustomed to it, can get really sketchy. And at night, like it's fine if you're like in a city driving around in the dark, because it's like the lights from the street lights kind of help the whole thing go. But in the dark, when your headlights are on, it can be so bad. Like ice fog is bad because it completely diminishes your visibility, and it also slicks out the road, so you get black ice which you can't see. It's a whole different thing. Snow tires are a thing for a reason. Like we're probably the reason.
Yeah, but buy them.
But buy them, totally. Just if you're living in Canada, just buy fucking snow tires. So yeah, so we went for bagels with Felicia Day. My boss bought me breakfast. It was lovely chatting with her. We got to talk business a little bit, talk about like the business side of what we do, and kind of keeping relations and cultivating an audience and engaging, and just hang out, being cool, and it was a lovely treat. It was a lovely treat. I loved it. Is it my turn?
Yep.
All right. So yeah, that is the story of how we had breakfast with Felicia Day. It's not as exciting as everyone made it out to be. It's still pretty fucking exciting. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna re-roll some of these dice. There.
Are you sure you need Guy Gardner out?
I sure do need Guy Gardner out.
Right.
And yeah, like that was one of the things that you just kind of take for granted. Those are the moments in your life where you're like, oh, this is really, really cool. But also, I might have died.
Yeah, but to anyone that knows the way we lived, if they're just like, why were they driving through that snowstorm anyway? They go through your emails and be like, oh, they had a breakfast date with Felicia Day. Nobody would judge us.
Nobody judges us.
Nobody would just be like, no, that was a poor decision to drive through the blizzard. It'd just be like, they died doing what they loved.
John Patrick's like, check out the Detroit Institute of Bagels. Okay, we will. I'm going to compare them, and I'm going to let you know, John. I will absolutely let you know what we think of those bagels, because if they are not up to par, we have very high standards for bagels.
She might.
I
like bagels.
You like bagels. Okay, fine. That's a fair assessment. Yeah, we'll let you know. Next time, don't risk your safety, you guys. Call me and I would have taken her. Yeah, this whole stranger to her.
Right.
Like, she saw me at the con waiting in line, because her assistant's like, no, just skip the line, just go. And I'm like, no, it feels weird to me. She saw me in the line. She's like, Teri? And it was this weird moment where I'm like, oh my God, Felicia, like, I guess she would, because she's like seen all my videos and shit. And she has
or at least enough of them.
Enough of them.
Yeah, I drive through the 7 circles of hell for that meeting. Yeah, she's amazing. She's so. It was weird because she was talking in the car about how she. Oh, are you gonna attack? How she had met.
Nah, good.
Who had she met? Who's the redhead with the from Doctor Who? So she's sitting in the passenger seat of my car. I'm sitting behind with the.
I mean, I know her, like Amy
Annie, her
Pond.
assistant,
I'm
yeah.
just trying to remember.
The girl who played Amy Pond, basically, and was in Guardians of the Galaxy as the blue girl.
Sure.
Yeah, her.
Someone on the comments is about to give us the
I
answer.
know.
It's fine.
It's someone's gonna tell me. It's just really late for me right now. Brain's not firing quite as fast as it should be.
Here you go.
Karen Gillum, yay! Of course,
See?
of course, David's got it. And the craziest thing is she's sitting and I'm looking at her and she's talking about how pretty Karen Gillum is. Like perfectly pretty. And I'm like, really? Really? You're Felicia Day. You're fucking beautiful.
Right?
And I'm like, yes. Yeah, okay, I guess.
And I'm
she's
like,
pretty.
okay, if I stand up, I've got to like shift the erection down my pant leg, I guess.
Creepy. Great, but creepy. Are you attacking?
No, I already said no. It's your turn.
All right, it is my turn. But yeah, that's a thing that happened.
Yeah, but it was also adorable to hear her because her favorite artist was Fiona Staples, who we actually knew from before Fiona made it big writing comics. So she, are you sleep meeping?
I've got a sleep beeping.
So like she was talking about how she wanted to meet her because she was such a big fan, but when she had the opportunity, she panicked and she was having, in her words, a panic attack. She thought that like she didn't know what to say to her, and we're like, well, we can introduce you. We actually like know her.
I kind of knew Fiona from some other stuff we've done in the past together. Like she modeled for me when I ran this hair extensions company through university. She was an artist in the city, and I was a hair maker, I guess.
Well, and when she first started drawing comics, it was all very local stuff, and we made a point to stop and talk to her and visit her every single time at the Artist's Alley, and then Saga happened, and we never saw her again because the lines were forever. Yeah, no, she's amazing, and she's the nicest girl. So like I had known her before this. I had actually you had her as a model. She modeled for me. So I was like introducing. It was just a weird moment where I was like, hey, right? It's such a great term. It's a great term, right, John? Panic attack. So it was this weird moment where I was looking at Fiona. I'm like, hey, so Felicia Day's here. Like, I kind of work for her now. Could you give her a signed copy of Sega? And she's like, yeah. And she looks at me. She's like, what do you write? What should I write to Felicia Day? And I'm like, I don't know. like I am qualified to answer that question. You're the intermediary because she's having a panic attack and won't talk to her directly. Oh my god, it's this weird thing. Like, it was adorable. That whole weekend was really fun. It was a really interesting thing because I think that was the first con weekend where you decided I'm not doing anything. So Nathan was like, I am not doing anything involved with the con. Just leave me out of it. Don't do this. So I went to the con by myself on the Friday with my press pass. Because I was doing stuff for Geek and Sundry at the time. And I'm gonna keep this lightning. I'm gonna buy these 2 dice for less because I got big entrance. They go into my dice bags. Unused dice purchased this turn, yeah. Not just characters. And so that goes there. And I am going to target with my global. I'm going to pay this one. And I'm going to target the sidekick and deal 1 damage to it. It dies. Okay. And I'm going to attack with my gardener. If you block him... You draw him prep? Yeah, I draw him prep. I'll take 2. I'm not giving you 6 dice to roll. Thank you. All right.
Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, that's kind of the story of how I had breakfast with Felicia today. I got her to sign a signed copy of Sega, and she was like overwhelmed with excitement. And the artist of Sega, Fiona, was also overwhelmed with excitement. And yeah, it was a fun weekend. Anyways, Nathan had decided I'm not going to be involved in anything. So when I was like, hey, so I talked to Felicia today. She wants to go for breakfast. So I'm going to take her for breakfast. He was like, what the hell? What the hell? And it was really weird because Nathan got mad at me about not inviting him.
Yeah, because I said I don't want to do anything at the expo and I don't want to have breakfast with Felicia before the expo. And Teri just decided to be a bitch and not invite me.
Oh, Felicia mentioned she had seen you when I saw her. Oh yeah, she had. Yes, I'm sure she had. She's so busy now. She's got like her book tour and she's filming like lots of stuff too. So it's kind of amazing. There are my dice.
It's a lot of energy.
A lot of energy. Ooh.
Or not. Or no energy.
Big entrance again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna reroll these ones though. Oh look, I can buy
one of your 6 spies and put it straight in your bag.
like a Supergirl.
Yeah. Supergirl is great.
Your turn.
Okay.
Our cats are sleeping so cute.
He's like sleep running, the one that was sleep meeping.
Yeah. They sleep all the things.
Well, I mean, they're cats.
Oh yeah. Yeah, paparazzo. Yeah, no, she's totally amazing. She saw me in line. Okay, yeah, David. She had seen me in line. What else do we have here? I guess that story kind of ties into all the ways we had almost died. Because like I was talking to Nathan about this. We made a video, a paint and hang, where Nathan and I talked about our funeral arrangements so that like someone would know what they were. And
this is too good.
the big entrances are amazing. And so you gonna attack?
With Jade.
What's Jade's ability again?
When KO'd, draw a die. Add it to your prep area.
I'll take 2.
Notice how we're both just like, I'm not letting you spool.
I'm not letting you spool at all, Dick. So yeah, we talked about like all these really weird things, like how Nathan wanted.
Oh wait, sorry. I bought big entrance.
Yeah, with your big entrance.
When purchased, you may add this die to your dice bag.
Yeah. All right. Oh look, I have a Supergirl, except she's not super, not very super, and not very girl.
Not very super. Still not very super.
Still not very super. Okay. I will buy a Mara. Oh, I got 4. Ooh. You know what?
Well, you have 3.
I have 3.
Because you have to pay
Yeah,
your field costs.
So because we had that conversation because we'd almost died a lot of ways. So the first way we almost died, like one of the ways we'd almost died together was like we went to a Filipino amusement park. Now, if you're not familiar with the Philippines and what kind of state it's in, it's not necessarily the most administered like country. There is a growing middle class there. There is wealth that is coming into the country, but there isn't like say safety regulations the same way. There isn't like people are kind of cavalier with life sometimes because a lot of people who die are poor.
Indigo 1 and Monk were both at +2 attack and defense because they're out together. So 5-5, 5-7.
Perfect. So in that amusement park, Nathan and I found this ride. It's kind of like those long bar nurse kind of seats at the end. It was in a cage, but the cage's front had no bars or anything in front of it. It was
Because third world.
Because it was a third world country. And I'm like, hey Nathan, we can ride one of these things. I should roll these ones too. It's crazy. Let's do this. I will definitely pay 2 for a Mara. And I will definitely
buy a Mara. I mean, you got 3. That or a Guy Gardner. Best bets.
I'll buy a Dexter.
I'm surprised you didn't get the yellow lantern ring because it also gives red lanterns +1 attack, I thought.
Here we go. I'm going to attack with Guy Gardner and Mara.
Okay, and what's Mara's ability?
If there are 3 or more different colors of lanterns in play,
Which there are. Go on.
reduce all damage done to Mara by 2.
Got it. So then, what I'm going to do is I'm going to block. Guy is knocked out, and that's that.
When Guy is blocked, draw 1 card and place it in your plus fire. I have to pull all of these cards away. So we get on this ride, and because I think it was like $1 to ride this ride.
Far less than that.
Oh, maybe it was like it was $1 for the 2 of us.
Yeah, it was $1 for the 2 of us.
And basically what ended up happening was we got into this ride, and I realized as soon as we got buckled in, there was no shoulder straps or anything. Nathan and I were sitting in the same car, and they put a seatbelt over us, and the seatbelt was just a little lap belt, and then there was a lap bar. So I'm sitting in this.
Now here is the problem: is we're sitting beside each other, and there was the one seat belt that went all the way across, and I was closest to the door because Terry didn't want me to have to scooch in. So when it buckled, it's tight cinched to me, and you can already, I'm sure if you know how seatbelts work, as it goes across the entirety of the thing,
it doesn't really
it goes over Terry, as in it is between her and the open window here. But there's no part of it is physically touching her. And that's the seatbelt restraint.
And then the lap bar comes over, and it's like the same thing. Like the lap bar is like well on Nathan's lap, and I'm holding it like this because it's not on my lap.
Right.
And I'm already laughing because I'm already feeling exactly what I was feeling when I was in that ride.
All my indigos are going to attack. Mara, there are still 3 in play: red, indigo, and green.
I will block.
They are all +2/+2.
I'll block.
They're all doing 5 damage.
No, I know.
You can knock this one out.
They're doing 5 damage. We're doing 3 because it's reduced by 2, so they're doing 3 damage.
Well, to Mara, yes. Yeah. Whichever one attacks Mara does 3. But right now they're all doing 5. So that's what I'm saying. You can let me have the 15 if you want. But basically, you want to decide: do you want to knock someone out or no? Because you can't.
I'm gonna block Saint Walker and.
Well, that's Indigo 1.
Oh, is that Indigo 1?
Yeah.
And this is Warth.
That's Monk. Oh, it's same thing. Warth and Saint Walker have the same dynamics as Indigo 1 Monk. They feed off of each other. Difference being Lantern Course.
All right. Sure. I will knock out.
You will knock out no one.
No, I will knock Indigo 1.
Just back. Take 10.
Go through. Fuck you. So the ride starts, and I am sitting.
You're just not enjoying this experience.
I am sitting in this unsafe situation and thinking to myself, what the hell did I get myself into for that I paid?
Wow, those are 6 good dice.
I paid for this experience. In my head, that's all I can think is, I paid for this. What did I do to myself? I paid for this. Perfect.
Oy vey, top Supergirl, eh?
Yeah. I'm gonna do this one. That's 3. That's 1
For Guy.
for Guy. And I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep that one. Do you have any globals?
Nope. I have no globals on mine.
I'm gonna take the purple global. I'm gonna pay my punch instead of my lightning. So.
Okay.
Target character gets +1A until the end of the turn.
And
that will be. That will be Guy Gardner.
Okay. Attack. Are you attacking?
Yeah, I will attack. I will attack with Guy Gardner.
Okay.
And I will attack with Mira. And I will attack with Supergirl. Why not?
All right. So.
Anyways. Block away and then adjust damage. I'm sitting in this cart and they move us up, and as they start spinning us, the way they're spinning us is upwards in a like counterclockwise direction. And so we're going up, and I'm looking up at the moon as we go, and we're going up, and the window's like full open. Like I could get in and out of this little pod. And it's not spinning, it's fixed. It's fixed on those poles. And they have to put people in the bottom of the ride in order to counterbalance our weight.
We get in, they then go halfway, and we're now sitting upside down while they are beckoning people that are just throw them on for free to counterbalance the ride. And we're just sitting and hanging.
I am white knuckling that fucking lap bar like you have no idea. Like I'm holding on for dear life, because literally I am holding on for dear life. And then the ride starts. And so because the way the pod is, we're facing forward, we're looking up as we're going upwards on the upside down thing. That meant that as we were going down towards the ground, we were coming down. The full window was facing the ground. I was tipping forward because momentum was carrying me forward because gravity is a thing in this chair. And the ground is coming towards me at the same time.
They will both attack. They're both doing 5 damage right now.
Oh, I will.
So you can knock him out if you block him. You cannot block her.
I will knock out.
You'll knock out Monk?
No, I will let him go through. And
okay, so you'll take 5.
Yep.
No, she's fine.
She's fine.
Oh no, because the 5.
5.
Yeah, because I only have the 2 colors now.
Yeah.
Sorry. So okay, he goes through. You take 5.
You spooled up so fast.
Monk is a 2-buy. Indigo. Look at these.
God damn you.
Look at these.
I'm not talking to you. You decided to build a cheesy list. That's okay. I'm okay with that.
Listen,
okay with that.
you're experiencing
gravity is a cruel mistress.
Oh
yes,
my
John.
fucking god.
Yes, John. Nathan found out what my fear response is.
She laughs maniacally.
It's terrible.
Maniacally.
I was scared. I can be scared.
She got 3 energy left.
Big entrance. Goes in the bag. There we go. And I will attack with
all the things.
My palm.
I'll block it.
Yeah.
No.
And so we're spinning, and every time we do a rotation, the ground is coming towards me. So like I get to look up at the moon. Oh, it's so pretty because it's full. Oh my god, the ground is coming at us again. Oh my god.
No,
Focus on the moon.
No, you're telling it wrong because fundamentally you spin different directions. So when we are able to see the moon, it means that we are falling backwards to the ground with no idea when it's going to go whoop.
No, because then they spun it backwards.
No, and then they changed the direction.
And midway through the ride. So they wanted us to get our money's worth, I guess. I don't know. We were spinning for a long time. Like, we were spinning so long, I started to get bored. Like, I got used to the feeling of the ground coming at me and, like me rocking in this chair with this lap bar and this seatbelt that weren't doing anything other than, like, pretending to help. I don't know.
Your turn.
How else to describe it. And fighting.
That's big entrance.
Ooh, that's good. I am going to let me spin these again. I think I'm gonna roll these again. That's okay. So I'm just plain terrified. I'm horribly scared at what is going to happen to me if I don't do something. Like, I have to pay one for a mirror, hey?
Yeah, like that's the thing is like...
I'll keep a fist just in case.
Okay.
And I'm going to do target one for Mara.
Cool.
Or for Guy. You know what? For Guy. So I'm going to attack with... I'm going to attack with all of them.
Okay. Okay, so... Oh, with all of them.
All of them.
All right, well, I am going to block pawn with pawn.
So we're spinning.
Block.
Do what you need to do. We're spinning, and I get used to it. It's fine. And then halfway through, like, we're going at it for a good 2 minutes. Like, I stopped counting the rotations, and I started getting used to it. And then they started spinning us backwards, which meant that as we were spinning...
Prep a die. Because I'm...
We started spinning backwards. So now I was looking up at the moon as it was moving away from me. And then, whoosh, you'd come over the ground, and you would, like, see the ground leave you as you're going backwards this direction. And so I'm holding on to this lap bar, thinking to myself, oh my god, I'm going to die, as I'm tipping forward, because gravity is still acting on my body. But this time, I'm seeing the ground move away from me, so the distance is getting greater as I'm almost tipping out of this pod. I will never ride another third world ride again in my life. I think it's fair to say that is never going to happen.
Yeah, you just get to that point, right?
I'm done doing that.
I win, by the way.
Oh, fuck you.
You attacked with everyone, so
I
can't
did
not win.
All right. So yeah, that's the story of how I almost died. One of them. I have fewer near-death experiences than you do, because you have almost died a lot more than I have.
True story.
You want to tell your story about how you went to Fort Mac with Lang in a car?
No, I mean, there's really nothing interesting about going down a hill in a blizzard and then having your car just start to slide off the bridge.
Off the bridge? How is that not interesting?
Well, it's you're just like, whoa, that's fucked up, but it's not funny. It's not prolonged, like, because what you're missing about that ride is that ride was so long, you stopped laughing. Like, your brain had gotten numb to your terror response because that ride went so fucking long.
I was really scared. It was very scary.
But like I said, the alternative to that of, well, nothing really happened. I mean, we started to like slide and we're trying to recover, and then it's just like, man, we almost tipped off a bridge.
Okay.
And then we were fine.
Let's do another jaw.
Mr. Mark Aston.
Mark Aston! Yay! Oh.
It's
I don't. You have to like go really close, like ridiculously close. Mark Aston. There you go. There we go, Mark Aston. You have won a prize. So, you'll hear from us. Again, there's lots of stuff to win. Let's put this away and do something else. Do you want to do something else? You want to play? I don't know. We have all of these games we thought we were gonna play. I've had a few. Yay, Mark! Mark is in the chat! Hey, Mark! Yay! And do you have a preference? What kind of games do you like, Mark? Because there's a whole pile of games that basically you get to choose from of stuff that you might want, or you get a signed book, or you can get some signed cards from WizKids for Dice Masters if you're into Dice Masters. I got a starter set for Dice Masters for you if you're into Marvel. I think it's over there. Let's see here. You have it? Yeah. It's the Amazing Spider-Man set. If that's what you're interested in, or the Doctor Strange.
If Doctor Strange is what you are into, I know the Doctor Strange set has not yet released, but this is a very interesting thing that WizKid just started to do. Basically, it is if you already have a starter set and not quite ready to take the plunge into blind boosters, you can pick up one of these team packs, and it basically builds half of your starter set out to being like a full 8-card list as opposed to just your half 4 cards. So
yeah, it's super cool. Woo. I love the concept. Again, this is a great game. One of the reasons why I love WizKids, and like this might be a reason not to love WizKids, but I fall in the other camp. One of the reasons why I love WizKids is for them, the universe trumps the game balance. So if you're not playing games competitively, what ends up happening is you can make these very thematic, very interesting, very characterful lists, and that's true of Star Trek Attack Wing as well. You can make these really great, interesting, thematic game lists that you wouldn't normally be able to otherwise. Like you wouldn't be encouraged to otherwise, because it just doesn't work the same. If you try to play it competitively. Have I played Quarriors? I have seen Quarriors. I haven't played it. It hasn't been on my radar. Part of the reason why I get drawn to games is because I love the universes. And Mech Warrior Clicks is why I'm not into WizKids. Listen, John, if you come over to my house, we'll play some Dice Masters. You'll be surprised how much fun it is. It's actually really lovely. The kits are really nice. Again, if you're into any of the universes that they have for them, I hear the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle set is the one Nathan and I have been like debating about getting into. I'm just like, if we do it, we're gonna spend another like $300 on that set.
Yeah, because we
not because we're trying to collect not because we're trying to collect stuff to win.
Because we're addicted to the needle.
No, we're just trying to collect stuff because it's cool. Like Nathan has all these Black Lanterns in the Black Lantern set because they're cool. Not for any other reason other than the fact that they are cool as hell. And they are. The rules are super amazing. The characters are super amazing. The lists you can make are really thematic. And that's what I love. And I mean, even if I go into Attack Wing, and I think I ruined, like, I'll be honest, I think I ruined Attack Wing for myself for a while. Because I was trying to play it competitively, and that's not the way you can really effectively enjoy that game.
Legit.
You gotta play it. You gotta play it for fun. You gotta play it for team. And one of the things that they did so well, better than any other company I've seen, even Fantasy Flight for X-Wing, is their scenarios in the game packs are exquisite. They are literally some of the funnest scenarios, and they're not meant to be balanced. They're not meant for anything other than to recreate moments and memorable experiences from the shows, and that is fucking cool. I love that. So the Kobayashi Maru
was an unwinnable scenario that came with the OS
The original Enterprise, yeah.
Enterprise.
Super unwinnable.
Super
fun.
unwinnable, super fun. And because it's supposed to be unwinnable. And Nathan and I kept saying, how like, this is like, 20, 30 waves in. We're just like, how could we make this winnable? Like, how could we win this? And it's still like pretty challenging to do, even with all the crazy releases, even with all the fun ways to try it. You cannot easily do it. You have to kind of cheat. And I think that's the other thing is it's just like, it's a little bit fun to try to get in there because you kind of have to try it. Like,
well, yeah, we agreed where it's just like, if we were ever going to play the Kobayashi Maru, if you could cheat and your opponent did not catch you cheating,
it's legit.
Fair game.
It's legit.
That's absolutely 100% legit Kobayashi Maru material.
Yeah, it's thematic. If it's the theme, why not? Yeah, anyways. So yeah, that's kind of been my thing.
Hey, sorry, you missed greens.
Oh, okay. And give me your D20. I don't know. I'm thinking more and more about like Dice Masters and more WizKids stuff. I love their games. I love how thematic they are. But like, yeah.
No,
like,
listen.
John, tell me why. Why did you stop playing MechWarrior Clicks? Like, were you playing it at the OP events trying to win stuff, or was it just too much of the blind boosters? Like, what was it that was the thing that turned you off of WizKids? Because I can tell you the moment where I was like, this is not for me. This is too maddening. When I was playing Attack Wing, when I was just like, I don't think I can play this game anymore. And it was the Borg OP organized play event. I loved Attack Wing. I still I have such a soft spot for it. It's such a thematic game, but trying to play that Borg OP scenarios were brutal. It really hurt my heart. And I was playing it with Lang, who tends to take games to a point where they become unfun.
Yes, absolutely. No,
like Dice Masters. He's actually ruined Dice Masters.
I listen. This was the best man at my wedding. I love Lang. I will never play Dice Masters.
You would give him a kidney.
Again. I would give him a kidney. I would not play Dice Masters with him again.
Yeah.
That is where it's at. No, like I said, it's one of those things where it's just like, it took me a while to get over my, I'm gonna say, butt hurt of Attack Wing. And accept WizKids for what they are. Because I think the problem is when they initially released Star Trek Attack Wing, they promised X-Wing, but Star Wars. Star Trek. I truly believe that
they would care about game balance the same way.
Yeah, I thought that they would care about game balance the same way. And in all of the early waves, because you have to remember, we got in the moment it was available.
Yeah.
It's not like we jumped into Attack Wing 12 waves in and we're like, what the fuck is this? We got in when there was wave 1 with the starter box. So we're talking at most your faction had 3 ships available. I picked Dominion because I love them, so I had 2 ships available. This is when we got started into this game. And those initial games were very well balanced.
Yeah.
As the waves were coming out and as the Dominion War OP, which is an incredibly fun
Oh my
OP.
God.
It is,
if I could still find it.
It was incredible. The game balance continued. The scenarios were mostly really good because, out of the 6 months of Dominion War OP, there was 1 unplayable scenario, 1 that was kind of bland, and 4 that were really great.
Yeah.
So it all just kept feeding this. Then it ended. They continued to do those things, and then they released a brand new race with the Borg.
Oh my gosh.
And they started the Borg OP to try to promote it the same way Dominion War OP had launched the game.
Yeah.
And it was a combination between Borg being holy fuck broken and the OP events being unplayably bad.
There were scenarios where the cube was the thing that did the most damage to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
There were scenarios where
you
weren't actually allowed to attack your opponent.
Yeah,
you had to try to evade, and your points were earned by attacking the cube. I play a miniature war game because I want interaction with my opponent. I want to be
Yeah,
able to have that.
And again, like when I play, I want to know, win or lose, that I had a chance. Did I lose because I fucked up? Great, I'm going to learn from that. Did I lose because my opponent outplayed me? Great, I'm going to learn from that. Did I lose because I missed this key dice roll or whatever? Fine, but I want to know that I have a chance. And whenever you were playing a monthly OP in the Borg OP, you knew this. Whoever the scenario fucked the least would win the game. And it took all the joy out. And then we took like a 3-month hiatus. We tried to get back in and found that there was literally no game balance anymore. Like they were just shitting the bed.
Everyone who was still playing at the time, because they lost a lot of people in our community. They lost a lot of people in our community during that time. Everyone who's still playing at the time, we're not really approaching it with the same approach we were. Okay, so Marcus was asking about my closet of shame. What was that episode about? Like,
well, we were doing the closet of shame, which is games that you have put money in and now just sit in the closet and you will never ever play again. That's your closet of shame.
A smaller closet of shame for the games you have paid money for. I have a lot of games I'm ashamed to have not like cracked open yet, even though they were like given to me for review. And I'm like, listen, if it's interesting to me, I'll take it. But sometimes I've gotten games just sent to me that I haven't even been remotely interested in. And then I feel really bad with the publishers that I've just not talked about those games enough. My closet of shame has a lot of, let's see here. What?
Oh no,
what?
sorry. I thought that he just left it with "and," so I thought that we had to scroll down. But
No. John Patrick will continue that sentence.
Got it. Character limit.
Character limit. I trying to think about my closet of shame right now.
So while you think about it, I'm going to talk about what John's saying. Combination of the story that was terrible and didn't feel like BattleTech. Sheer amount of boosters you had to buy to make a faction army, the rules changing every expansion, and the fact that playing it like normal BattleTech was so suboptimal that you would never win. And that's unfortunate because I find that and keep in mind I've never played a clicks game, but what WizKids kind of does well to me is they capture the essence of the license.
Yeah.
So even if we look at a game like Dice Masters, okay, let's be perfectly honest that the actual dice mastering part of the game has literally nothing to do with any of their licensed universes that they have ever made dice for, ever. However, what they do so well with Dice Masters that appeals to us to the tune of 3 gravity feed boxes that our cats love, by the way. They love them.
No, just in this home. So like over the course of time we have had this game, we've got like 5 or 6 gravity.
5 or 6 gravity feeds for sure.
For sure.
But anyway, like I said,
we love the game.
What gets us to the tune is,
and that's only for one thematic universe.
Yeah,
like,
that is only for the DCU.
DC because
we do not have Yu-Gi-Oh. We
DC.
do not have D&D. We do not have Marvel.
That's why we're still like, I don't know about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles because that would be such a rabbit hole. We know.
We open the rabbit hole. All of a sudden, now we're getting D&D because we love D&D. And it's shit. It would be bad for us. But anyway, what Dice Masters does so well is when I open a foil pack, like when I open that pack of cards, which is like $1 for 2 dice and the card. So like the price point of Dice Masters is so fucking easy to just throw $20 at, and then you're like, look, I got 50 dice.
Yeah.
When you read every character, the abilities of that character remind you of that character. So Booster Gold is probably the house favorite of ours, where it's just like
Booster Gold.
Booster Gold is like the D-list of D-list heroes.
He's a coward.
And he is hilarious because this is a coward.
Okay, Booster Gold. Let's preface this. If you do not know who Booster Gold is like he's the clown of the DC universe. Like there used to be Ambush Bug. He's kind of disappeared. Ambush Bug was kind of the 80s, 70s, 80s kitschy like clown of the DC universe. That became Booster Gold. Booster Gold is a dude whose superpower is like
technology.
Nothing. No. He has no superpowers.
No,
So,
his technology, because he comes from the future and he brought all this technology with him.
he is a time traveler from the future, and he just brought all of this technology on him that gives him the equivalent of superpowers from the 20th century. Because he's from the 25th century. He also has a robot sidekick, which is just an almanac that will tell him, like, hey, according to the historical records, Booster Gold was at this fight, so you need to go now. But the dude that came is just like, what if John Everyman, who is a coward, decided, fuck being a coward in the 25th century. I want to be famous, so I'm going to travel back through time, stealing all of this tech so that I can be a superhero.
Also, he loves the camera. Like, that's the other thing. He disappears from the battlefield, but he's the first one out there when the journalists and newspapers and photographers are there. He's like out there talking.
Oh, he wants to do the interviews. He's like, hey, who wants to talk to Booster Gold? Like, he is so D-list. But like when shit gets really bad, he kind of hides and waits for like the A-listers to really just fucking lay the pressure on, and then he'll come and he'll be like, zap, Booster Gold. Hey, who wants an interview? Like, D-list of D-list. He's hilarious.
Every one of his
cards is like an ability that has you run him away out of the field.
You
like,
take
he's
him
a
out of
fucking
the battle. Like,
so it's just like,
amazing.
it's just like, if he is alone in the field, meaning she has no characters, he's fine. But as soon as she feels the character, you remove him and like you get other abilities that trigger off of him retreating. It's incredible. It brings me joy.
It brings joy. And I think that's one of the things about games that I like. Games that I love don't necessarily have to have balance to bring me joy. If I love the universe enough, and I think maybe that's one of the reasons why Games Workshop games still have a call to me. They still appeal to me because the universe brings me joy. And it's like the DC universe brings me joy.
Listen, John, we also hoard dice like dragons hoard gold. To the point that when we have decided that we are
when we are
done
done
with Dice Masters, we are going to finish a table.
We're gonna like layer a tabletop, maybe do the legs.
Maybe like depending on how
maybe
intricate we want to get, we might end
table.
up doing like some sort of mosaic using the colors of the dice and make like patterns
and
out of it.
We're gonna pour,
and then we're gonna fucking clear lacquer over it. So we're gonna have literal furniture covered in dice, and I guarantee that at this moment right now, and I'm not done.
Yeah.
I could do at least 2 of these tables that we're broadcasting on, and we actually measured them to see if we could fit a 4x4 on here. These are about 42 inches long, something like that. So we could easily do 2 and probably still have enough to do our painting, like our painting file cabinets and the tops of that. Like, we got some dice.
My closet of shame. A lot of the stuff that was in my closet of shame has disappeared with the move. Relic was in that list of closet of shame stuff I bought because I just desperately wanted to paint the models, never got around to it. I have a small hoard of Wrath of Kings that is still sitting in its silo that I really should do something with it because I love that game and I have enough to play like small intro list size games.
Oh, dude, you have enough to do a large battle size of Shale.
No, built, but like my Shale Han, I have a lot of Shale Han. I have a dragon. It is unpainted. I really should fucking paint that thing.
Right. But you know,
I have a lot of Bushido that I do not play enough. I have boxes of Wild West Exodus that are not built. We paid money for those.
Yep. But see, I think the big thing with your closet though is
it's full of stuff that was
you got burned so much early on because when you were big into your Tau, you were gonna do Blood Angels, so you ended up spending a couple $100. Well, not really. We were employees at the time. You got about 1,000-point Blood Angels force there. I built it for you. You didn't even paint a single model.
Had dwarves.
You wanted to do dwarves because Lang and I were big into fantasy, not playing 40K anymore, and you really wanted to play games with us. So again, I built you about 40 dwarves. You never put paint on them. Sisters of Battle, you were going to start one, so you started bits ordering a bunch of stuff for them.
It never happened.
it never happened.
Never happened.
And so I think that like it was so early.
It was very early.
That you just kind of got burned to the point that whenever I'd be like, "Hey, do you want to get into this game?" You were always very hesitant.
My first inclination was no.
Like I wanted,
like even War Machine. War Machine took a long. Like I'm wearing my War Machine shirt.
Yeah. Listen. I had been but War Machine was also a really long, hard sell for me as well. Like, I think the two of us went through about a 2 to 3 year period of considering War Machine and deciding we wouldn't like it.
Yeah.
Before finally trying it.
Mm-hmm.
And then slowly kind of getting it. Like, this has been like a 4 or 5 year journey into War Machine. And I think that that's why we like it the way we do, is we were so kind of toe in the water about it, making sure that we did know it, as opposed to jumping right in. So your Closet of Shame was never as big as mine, but like the thing is like for the podcast, Lang and I were shotgunning shit out for content. Let's try this. It's only $100. We'll never play it again. Let's try this. It's only $100. It's at least an episode of content. We never play it again.
Yeah, you guys have a lot more, but like my Closet of Shame looks like solo wrapped games I've gotten for review. It is substantial, and I feel badly about it. There are a lot of games that end up getting played once that we ended up donating to the library.
But I mean, I think the fundamental problem is,
and I don't want to talk shit about games. I think that's the other thing is if I don't like a game, it's probably not because it's a bad game. It's probably because it's just not for me.
No, I mean,
especially when it comes from a larger enough publisher that they're like putting decent money into a fucking game. This isn't like, hey, here's like my prototype from Kickstarter. It cost me like, $20 to put together in prints, staples, glued to foam board and stuff. I mean, that's how we played the first game of Arcane Academy was Eric Lang playing his prototype pieces.
Made out of foam core. They
looked good. I mean, because he was using art that the publisher had done. And we got the game because I love it. We haven't popped it out yet, but I know we're going to play it, and I know I'm going to love it because we played it already.
And we're going to play with our kid, and we're going to love it, and it's going to be great. But no, what I was going to say, I think fundamentally the problem is so many publishers reach out to you and offer you all of these kind of review copies and things like that. But you have a full-time job. And we have roller derby as a hobby, and our kid has hobbies. And so
I have a full-time job that is supposed to be playing games.
No, it's not. Your full-time job is blogging.
Yeah.
And writing.
I
that's the thing is like
stuff.
You are a full-time witer that writes about new stuff. You're not a review writer.
No, I'm not.
And so it's just like when it comes down to the literal nuts and bolts of it is in a given week, we probably have 2 free nights a week.
We do a lot of painting.
We do a lot of painting. And again, when we get a review copy for a game that's 3 to 6 players, there's 2 of us.
Aww. So I have to find friends.
Where's our third? So
we have Innis over here. Like over there, right there.
Super excited to give it a try.
Basically, I had to bribe my friends across the border.
Yeah, we have a friend from Ohio coming tomorrow
to come play games.
Where you had to brag him, where you're just like, listen, I'll give you a place to spend the night. I will bake a fresh pie for you. What's your favorite kind of pie?
Let's do this. I'm making spring rolls tomorrow, and every time I make spring rolls, Nathan gets mad at me because apparently it's only something I do for guests.
Which is true, because despite being my favorite food of hers that she makes, she will never make it for me. I only get to have some when she makes it for guests.
And Christmas.
And Christmas.
And Christmas.
And even then, that's not going to happen anymore.
I'm going to make it for guests and Christmas.
Well, guests.
Well, okay. Well, after we just moved, also it was really hard because I couldn't find a place that had sold spring roll wrappers.
Oh my God, small town.
The problem with living in a tiny, tiny town is there are no Asian supermarkets here, so it's like.
And to your point, John, yes, the minis for Wild West Exodus
are
fucking amazing. To give you an idea, so Wild West Exodus was a game that the minis caught my eye because I grew up on Western movies, and I love sci-fi. So Western sci-fi minis, sign me up. It's literally
I got free review copy.
No, before this.
Yeah.
So I was looking at the game, and I was always really on the fence, but knew I wanted it. at Adepticon, Lang and I played a intro game that was so fucking stacked to be a one-player intro game where, hey, I'm the guy running the game. Oh, look, I lost. You're so incredible. Look at how Abe Lincoln in Chicago just killed everybody. It's crazy. But Lang and I being codependent, we decided to do this. Lang got Lincoln. It was such a one-sided shit kicking that it wasn't fun for either of us. So Lang didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
I still wanted the game because the minis and the universe
so beautiful
are great.
John, don't feel bad. There's gonna be lots of opportunities to come over and play games seriously.
Right.
But the other thing about it is,
but anyway, then we did get you got the review copy. We built
put it together.
up.
Nathan described the models in Wild West Exodus as
they are in
terms quality and everything.
As Games Workshop. Period.
That says something.
The only
you don't have the same customization.
No, and that's what it is the difference between them is Games Workshop in their entire design philosophy for model kits is that everything is modular, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all the arms are going to go on this torso, this and that. Wild West Exodus decided to go the other route, which is why their models are so dynamic. But it means that this one model can only go together this one way.
Unless you're going to do some serious.
Oh, you basically have to resculpt them. There are so many different ways like that. So when you look at that box, the reason you have 10 different poses is they are 10 different guys, and those 10 different guys will only go together with their particular parts. And so the sprue is mapped out, and you have like a fucking legend. So you're like, I'm going to build I'm going to build A. So you have to find all of the A pieces, and that's why they said when you look at your instructions, it's just like A is, and it's highlighted here. So you can just quickly clip them off the sprues.
Beautiful.
One model at a time. If you clip an entire sprue off, you are screwed. You are so beyond.
Never do that.
So just you just build them one at a time. They go together beautifully. They use plastic glue, which is unlike so many other companies as plastics. War Machine, Wrath of Kings, Relic Knights. I could go on and on.
The quality is beautiful. The only problem is that ultimately power creep in that game is kind of crazy. If you're okay with that, it's a great game. It's a great game. And the the dice are so good because it can shift for you because natural 10s in that game are critical but
they're critical hits and saves.
Yeah.
So if you're playing lawmen, which are a huge armor faction, if I roll a 10 when I'm doing my to hit roll, because you don't do a damage roll, you're just going to do the one roll. If I get a 10, I am now ignoring her armor. But if she rolls a 10, doesn't matter. Save it.
Just got lucky. The Bible.
The Bible in your pocket. You tripped and stumbled as the bullet sailed over your head. Whatever it is. So the game system itself is incredible.
But
like a WizKids game, there's power creep. Whoa.
It's thematic, kind of. It is thematic. To a degree, and I think that's part of it. But
I think the core rules are beautiful. Alessia Cavatori wrote them.
So beautiful.
So the core rule system is great. It plays magnificently.
Absolutely.
There are certain times we accidentally stumbled into the fact that Jesse James is one of the most powerful broken models in the game. Happened to be the boss that came in the starter set. On the flip side, my boss, Sitting Bull, also happens to be one of the most powerful broken models in the game, but whereas hers is the shooting monster, mine's the melee monster. So again, we're just Kim's out in the wash. So
it's fun. It's a fun game.
It's a super fun
John,
game.
if you're interested in trying it, come over to my house. I'll make pie and spring rolls. It's getting late, though. I think Nathan's getting grumpy. I think we're going to call it night tonight. I think we'll do a draw one more time. I think we're going to try to stream tomorrow, though, when our friend's over, while we're playing Enos, and maybe we'll play some other games. We'll do another stream tomorrow evening and try to get something going, because I think these are fun. I think I personally enjoy hanging out. It was really fun to chill, and we've got to do more draws because I've got a lot of stuff to do. And what's probably going to end up happening is
the raffle's going to stay open until the extra life kind of wraps up. So I'm going to keep doing draws until I run out of stuff. So it's going to be a fun thing.
Go back to Horror Island.
Back to Horror Island, he says to me. So is the name different than one we've drawn already?
Mr. Mathieu Fontaine.
Mathieu Fontaine! Okay, I would suggest you pick up some GCT Studio models because they are amazing and you would probably do some beautiful work with them.
Oh, I desperately want to see Mathieu paint some Bushido models.
All right, so that is a thing. We're going to call it a night for this evening. We're probably going to go to sleep and we'll maybe do this again tomorrow evening. If I can harangue my friend into getting on the camera. If not, there will be some painting happening. There will be some hanging happening. We will do more draws.
I want to build more Malifaux. I'm actually
more
excited
Malifaux.
to build Malifaux because the emissary models are brilliant.
Brilliant. All right. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks for hanging out with us. Until next time.
Cheers.
And if you haven't already, make sure you go share the Extra Life page. If you haven't pledged and you can't pledge, share it out to your friends. Maybe a friend might want to win some prizes. All right. Bye.